Let's go. There we go. AP Misfortune. Everyone gotta see this. Frick, I did not mean to level up my second ability. Yeah. No, no. Ah, fuck. Oh my god. Ah, ouch. No help. No help from nobody. I need to buy. Oh my god, I meant to freaking mana everyone, not fly. Go. I need to buy. What? Ah, step on the trap. What a bullshit. Really? Bubble him! Heal me!
I tried to.
No heals?
No, I'm not even that.
Damn, what the?
Thank
What the fuck?
you. Oh,
What the fuck?
good times. Damn. I understand.
Just tell me.
I can't believe
Okay, next thing I'm like, alright, I'm in a safe spot. He's gonna heal me. Maybe he's gonna bubble. If you miss the bubble, he's gonna heal me.
I just think I
That's good. Fuck me. I didn't get it. What? I thought it was my burn. Or everyone's
I
burn.
got both, but go back.
Nah. Fully exhausted me.
Switched it.
Heal.
Oh, this a jump?
God.
Good stuff.
Take a look at this giant. Oh, either to repair them. To get rid of that spider. Run that attempts to brace this to support me. That's what you want. Go back to step. No problem. Let's go back to step. Step 3.
Thing goodbye.
Man, what was the bubble? The bubble.
Oh,
I was trying my best, yo.
what is your fucking pistol like? At least we got our sleeve. Shit it. I want to for that thing. That was so fast. I was about to laugh. I clicked it. I released it too. I don't know if I did it register.
I was in there. I
Bro.
didn't get the laser. I
Bro,
was in there.
bro. We're gonna decide between you and me, I bet.
Look, my thing was red. Look. The bubble was dying.
Yeah.
Was red.
That's
already
so
inside.
my flash, you MVP. My flash made it. My flash made it not thing, bro. Yeah, I guess 80's better. You laughed. No,
I didn't do that much damage at all.
no. It's just no one did crazily good. You know what I mean? It doesn't like AD. What the heck, man? This doo-doo. Oh, that's why I can't hear no pain. That's not what to do.
Reading. But it makes it hard to put in the orders.
Right? We're gonna split this thing.
You can't get the same thing on the league.
Lose the
27 boosts. I'm actually running out. I haven't been in 20 since. Nah, I've been buying the pass. That's why. Hey, yo, dog, all squishy, bro.
Gonna be Nami then?
China, bro, you need to push that Amumu away, bro.
Yeah. I'll push her. Push them over.
Yeah.
No worries.
Not to us, okay?
Huh?
Not to us, not to us.
No. Wait.
Away from us. Away from us.
Wait.
Just didn't think it in
Oh, yeah.
It's not
It's
gonna
not it's not go ahead.
there.
Push him back to it. Yeah,
Not
but that's the good ones.
not a
We
movie.
can do that to like.
Anybody you want. Anybody. Just man, please, man. Three. Let's see, what's our brand? Like, please be a tank. Fortunately, we have to go Vagar, but if we don't have a tank, you know what I mean? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. We do have a tank, and this guy switched me in the last second. That is best case scenario. Then I'm gonna go with this guy. I'm still gonna go with this guy. And I don't want to go 1, 2, 3, 18. Fine, only because there's 318. Fuck, one next one's gonna be scary. Get it, though. Get it. Alright, let's get it.
Wow. We're gonna win this game.
Easy, bro.
This is easy.
12-point game. 12
We're gonna slow this down.
Only 12 now. Jimmy. Dude, telling me every team had a upset from game 1. Every team. Game 1 upset.
Every single team in the game one upset. It is like what?
Who would have predicted that parlay?
So whoever did, God.
Bank. You know it. Oh, we have a first blood? Brahmas solo had a first blood? What? Libra told you tank wins games. And you're scared to run action, bro. There you go, when you're scared to run action, bro, tank. Ramen, bro. Imagine Ramen being a Renekton. And Renekton's supposed to be nasty early game. Yep.
Retreat from the enemy champion. Slain. Enemy missing.
Yep. Alright, get out, get out. Nah, I don't like here.
Bottom turret is under attack.
They're coming. Bro. Bro, I even said it in person, bro.
I know.
Why would you step in with the lowest HP?
My top and stuff.
Oh, uh-huh.
Oh, look, bro, again. I swear, bro. I'm not even playing, bro. Why is it
Alright,
doing that, bro?
alright.
Bro, I'm
You
not even
probably
playing, bro.
stuck. So your screen is broken?
No, it just kept on getting stuck. It kept on stopping.
Uh-huh. Hell,
Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
point the other way
It
then.
just
So it
kept on
doesn't
stopping, bro.
play.
I'm telling you, bro. I know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, good
I
job.
know what I'm talking about. Trust me. I know. I know about it all, bro.
Ally slain. Bottom turret is under attack.
Hey yo, what the fuck is wrong with this guy, yo? You didn't fucking go in, man. Should just like.
Ally slain.
We got late game. Bro, just back, bro. We got late game.
Bro.
Go. And strike one for that jungler, bro. Okay, dookie. I have do what I did if I knew it was dookie. And
The enchanted ensemble and ocean dragon have spawned. Slain. Bottom turret is under attack. Enemy slain. Ally slain.
bitch. Easy, stupid bitch.
Enemy slain. Attack the enchanted ensemble. Bottom turret is under attack.
Oh shit. By the option of listening to this jungler at the end of the thing.
Enemy team
Oh,
has
the
slain the
jungler.
enchanted
Oh, you
ensemble.
ain't even gonna play it, bro.
We cancel too. Rings.
Enemy team has summoned an enchanted ensemble in the mid lane.
I'll smile here. That's why I'm sure.
Top turret is under attack.
What if you said? It's the best.
Has stolen
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Wow.
You have slain an enemy. First turret destroyed.
Wow. Fucking with all my shit for that. And you died? Bruh.
I'm gonna get to the turret. He got me stuck at the turret, bro. He got me stuck at the turret, bro. I've been trying to run. He got me stuck.
Got that one.
Done, bro.
Killing spree.
Oh! Wait. Oh my god.
Shut down.
But he was my HP.
Turret lost.
He couldn't.
Could have killed him. Stay back, Lord Barca. Team is coming down. Go in, go in, go in, go in. Could have baited it. Like 2 seconds after I took payment.
Expecting to hold on the dime.
Yes, I do.
Attack the
No.
turret.
That's my only expectation. You understand? That's the only thing I expect, man. Here with your mana, bro. You're low, so do not stop spamming. When you're 30%, I mean, stop spamming.
Oh, down, back. Oh, damn, man.
Fine.
Enemy is unstoppable.
They don't got it? Oh, get them got it.
Enemy double kill. Enemy is dominating.
I got him.
Down.
Oh, I'm trying to stack, bro.
Top turret is
Yeah.
under attack.
Trying to stack Mike.
Turret lost.
Behind you. And for eating that, eating another mini too. That on the fuck right. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Help!
That's just a jungle, bro.
Bro, this tail is dookie, bro. Told you, man.
Doing,
Ally slain.
bro.
Bro, I told you we've been playing dookie, bro.
Bro, but not like that.
Playing dookie.
Bro, but not like that, bro.
Lost.
Come on, bro.
Oh, my first two deaths was because of him.
Is under attack.
Dragon Stone.
Enemy slain. Engage.
from a plasma.
Enemy slain. Engage.
Cheers, Chad. She takes down the stuff.
You're back, bro. Lux is behind us.
Attack this champion. Danger.
Yo, no. Team. Dragon. Don't. Oh my god, what is this guy doing, bro?
Retreat from attack the dragon. Attack this champ. Engage.
Stop dragging him. Did we get it? Did we get dragon?
We did it.
Of course. We have done go now.
Would you kindly stop moving?
Enemy turret destroyed. On my way. Attack.
Go ahead.
Attack Baron.
Pop on as they come. Kill that motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, why am I in stupid fucking shit? Okay.
Enemy turret destroyed.
The world is mine.
It's a bitch.
Rampage.
You saw that?
That goes right.
I was running by him down.
All the cake is
Down.
I got sniped. But locked. Because I pulled my hands away. I took my hands away and started chilling. I was like, yo, that goes crazy. I was like,
Go for that one.
could have flashed, I could have zone yes to dodge that shit. But nah, my hand wasn't ready. But dang it, bro, you said that first class. No, well, courtside.
Yeah, bro.
10 points, 3 minutes.
Danger.
Stay the fuck back, bro. You're fucking bullshit.
Oh, coming out.
Dude, bro. Ash ult your ass? Bro, what the fuck? Bro, Ash ult your
Now they can't use it though. That's the thing.
Ash ult your fuck.
Slain.
Bro.
Enemy slain.
Do you not understand that?
I got all two though.
Ash would have ulted you.
She missed her ult though.
A lot, bro. Yeah, you're one fucking sniper dead, bro. Go heal up. Something. Oh my god, this skill is scaring me, bro. I feel like he's gonna throw, bro. Yep.
the cake is.
Oh, left, left,
Would you kindly stop moving?
left, left, left. Oh, oh my god.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, you told me you have that. Oh my god, couldn't attack it, bro.
Killing spree.
Okay, this kid don't know how to group, bro. Crack, bro. Oh, gee. Oh my god, you got destroyed. Go around, man. Go around. Oh, jeez. What the fuck is wrong with his guy next time, bro? He killed me too, for real. He was my killer. Oh, yeah.
Ally slain.
This is
Connection means
final.
that's why the AT&T people didn't make it right with the credit for a full day of service. If there is an error, that's the AT&T.
Got a present.
Dude, not that way, please, bro.
That's how I get.
Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. No, don't go. Follow where I wish that we're at some point.
Would you kindly stop moving?
That shit landed.
It did.
Stay with me, bro. Stay with me. Stay with me, bro. Not with that shitty ass tail. Yo, lock, lock, lock. Yep.
Attack the
Yeah.
elder dragon.
Holy fuck. Thank goodness. I think I got the ass.
Damn, bro.
Fuck, they got dragon.
Yo,
Dragon.
They got the thing all the time.
Stay back.
Man.
Yo, this jungler, bro. Damn, my next one is the only fed one. Okay, they're not killing. No, they're not. Bro, what else that? Come here. Come here, bro.
Engage. The enemy champion.
Oh, shoot. It's over. Last time I'm dead.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Have been slain.
Wow.
Enemy
Dude.
slain.
Got no jungle, bro.
What was Ramos doing there, bro? Ramos thinks he's 8 master a year or something.
The enemy team has slain Baron Nashor.
This guy really, like, we're not, that guy's the problem, bro. He needs to protect.
All the cake is gone.
Yo, stay with me, bro. Oh,
Oh my
come on.
god.
Bro.
Engage. Attack this champion. Turret lost. Engage.
No.
Attack the turret. Shut down.
My god. Thank god.
Yo, just don't die, bro. It's a one fucking deck. Hit the deck.
Oh, oh, whoa, whoa.
This guy killed the NDT. That, oh, what the fuck was going on, bro? You got 14 seconds.
Turret lost.
The only scary guy is that. Okay, I'm out. No. Oh, they're not letting us out. They're not letting us out easy.
You haven't seen
I got a dragon too.
Engage. Attack the elder dragon.
Yeah, I should have just killed that fucker. Shit, man. Attack me, bro. Fight that shit, fight that shit. They got a little game. Like game, man.
Ally slain.
Yo, where's my team? Oh, fuck, I'm no team. Okay.
Ally slain.
Oh, bring him here. What's this guy doing? Okay.
Engage. Engage.
Oh shit! Oh. Oh, that shit too late when it got.
Well, we got thing was staying face for a minute.
Bro, but Renekton fucking went in and. Man. GG. Yo, they're not playing with that jungler again. Nah, bro. Bro, he was completely useless, bro.
What, pick him out.
I will. Just letting you know since I think you're the one that invited him. You know? You got to go. You got to go, man. What's going on? What is this party of five? I didn't want party of five.
Party of five.
Why? What's your rank? Oh, this guy's dying, man? Bruh, you're dying?
What are you saying?
He said he climbed some master and he quit this game.
He what?
He will climb the master and quit this game.
Um,
It's such a one thing. Oh, fucking dog. Alright, we're gonna have to open this party up then.
open it up. Give it an
No, that guy.
eye.
Warriors won? Oh, okay. Warriors won.
Told you, bro.
You. I cap.
Told you, bro.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Told
What was the 11-point game? Okay. Alright, do what you see we did. Well, we were gonna initially bet on the Warriors. We should have bet on that instead. What the fuck?
you, but I told you, bro. Nah, don't do it. Stay.
It's because
I
you
don't wanna do it.
didn't.
Yo, like, for real. Tell it.
What?
Yeah, now I'm gonna do it. I was like, yo, like,
There it is.
a little tough right now.
Let's see. I'm gonna collect all my shit since I never did.
I collected all my stuff.
Alrighty. Yeah,
You know, there's only one free thing that they give you now.
what you mean? One free thing.
That's it. The rank store doesn't give you any free stuff anymore. Yup, not the daily ones.
They don't wanna give us nothing no more.
Oh, that's so, bro. They don't trust us, bro. They don't trust us, bro.
Why they gotta do me like that?
Bro. Don't know, bro.
Told you bend over so that
You bend over to them.
if you would have, nah, I'm not sexy enough, but you are, so you gotta do it. Nah, only you, so you gotta go. Only you, so you gotta be you. Only you gotta be you. No,
It's only me.
I know they like me, but they like me so much that they don't want me anymore. They won't be able to believe that they actually got me.
Boy,
Better not, I mean,
the only one.
bro.
Not true.
Why won't they give me any more stuff? That's all they're gonna give me. That's it.
My boy.
Where the fuck was that today?
Girl, that's how it is, bro. That's how it is. That's how it is.
That's insane. They usually give me
Open it
more.
up again.
They usually give me more.
Whoa.
Because they love me.
Whoa. Open it up.
It's open, no?
Oh, it's not. Oh,
Why would I close it? Am I a dummy or a dummy?
give me 2 more. Please, please. You know they give you enough to get
I
all.
don't like none of this shit. I gotta
You
get
know,
this.
you know they give you enough to get all of that, though, right?
But I gotta get this.
No, not for you. But they do give you enough.
What is this for again? For skin?
I think so.
Bro,
Just do it. It's better. It's better than those other BS.
I know, but like, fuck. I've been getting that, like, for the choices and shit. I'm
Yeah.
like, bubble, all the way. Oh, no, they don't got that option. Or some of them do. Oh, the trial. Or the trial. This one. 350. I don't give a fuck about no trial, bro. Like, so, yeah. I guess they're never gonna find it any opponent, man. You know? Wait, really, bro? You ranked against him? When you beat him?
What?
You said you ranked against him and your team beat him. Yeah. Yeah, look. He was legit 1v9ing. It was alright, dude. Yeah. Invite him. Tyrants.
Yeah, invite him.
He did.
Invite him.
Bastard. Your last Nasa's game. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. You did.
That's crazy.
Of course your laner's the SVP. Of course. Of course your matchup is the SVP. Alright, I've been surprised.
I was finding that game with him.
Yeah. No. You. Yeah, I swear if I ever see you, I'm whooping your ass, bro. Hella hard. I'm such a one jungler or mid, I'm roaming the solo or something. You're like, every time, bro. I'm like, you know what? We about to see how it feels to go up like a week. Yeah, the enemy team feels everything the time. Because, you know what? Because I know you can save me.
Lord,
That's all I have to say about that. I don't have to worry about that.
that's how I do it. Me and also same time for this.
You don't want to be able to put your feet inside.
Okay, sometimes I just want to like have my arms long enough. Like keep on walking.
Oh, no man. You should have gotten this there. Got in this there. Okay, okay.
Sure.
This there. Nigga.
Yeah, that was quick.
They were waiting for us. Yeah, you saw that. You saw that.
Yeah.
You said you were switch with me now. Thank you. Oh, that fucking connector. Purple. Yo. You know what? We reached late game and you still melted me.
Strong.
To me?
First move. I wait nobody to get luck. And if they ban luck, I'm gonna go none. Or I'll go somebody else.
Money like I used to.
They go, they didn't ban luck. So now, anyway, that's
Oh, they're tanky as fuck. I don't know.
they
We got
Oh, you still have
yeah.
Oh, did you lose?
Course not. Oh, man, just at the end, like a pro. Shit, bro.
This'll be a blast.
Echo mid? Oh. Echo mid in a while. Which build do I have?
They said you don't need games. But you don't. I
Really?
honestly do not like that matches me.
What? Yeah, nah, me neither.
It looks ugly.
Looks so. No, what?
The staff.
No, what's
Staff.
the stab?
The staff thing.
Nah, I'm like, supposed to be Buzz Lightyear. Is that what it is?
That's like I'm animal more for Buzz.
If it is, then alright. If it's not, then no, it's not alright. But it is space. It is space. But yeah, there's way better scenes. That's the thing. It's like not even top three. I don't think that's top three.
It's 12:20.
What the fuck? Yeah, no, I don't think it's top three. Of all the Nexus skins, no. Only Hearts. Even Inferno Nexus looks better than that.
Welcome
Yeah.
to Wild Rift.
Yeah, no one boosted, no. I think I got no wasting shit, man.
What?
No one boosted other than you and me.
Minions have
Oh,
spawned.
they boosted them.
You and me.
Yeah, these bro. It's a boost to team. The morale of the team needs to always be boosted.
Hey, where'd that bomb go? Let's blow this distance.
First blood.
The rain done. Whoa, what is going on?
You have slain an enemy.
Who took my first blood, bro?
They do.
Come on. Fire in the hole. Hey, where'd that
You got like Cutler or some shit?
This champion.
Damn, they got me. Let's go. What is going on?
Alright, join two for deep, bro. Follow that.
Middle turret is under attack.
Yeah, I almost killed this fucker, bro. Oh shit, dragon. I love it.
Oh my god, brilliant.
Oh my god, bro. I'm trying to attack fucking that fruit. No. We got 2 kills from that. Oh. Okay. Open his eyes.
Slain. Double kill.
Very good.
Killing spree. Attack the enchanted ensemble.
Very good.
Attack the enchanted ensemble. Danger. On my way. First turret destroyed.
My name. Oh my god.
Has slain the enchanted ensemble.
Here. Wow, bro, that shit really hurt. Yo, careful.
Danger.
Why is it doing that?
Careful.
Retreat.
Never mind, here, here.
Enemy slain.
Ensemble has been summoned.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy turret destroyed.
Oh my god, where's my MIA? Oh my god, okay. Mid. Okay, go mid for now. Actually, nah, it's fine. There's a turret there. I mean, I put the, what do you call this thing? Forgot what do you call it. But the Baron thing.
Enemy turret destroyed. Shut down. Enemy turret destroyed.
Ally slain. Enemy slain.
Got it, right?
Yeah.
I'm scared. That's what I'm talking about. Teamwork is a dream. Right? Or not? Right?
I'm going back, man.
You don't think teamwork makes a dream work?
I gotta bye.
Oh, teamwork. Good dream.
Dreamwork is my teamwork. I mean, all that is for people like me is already automatic, man. I no need to question that. I mean,
Slain.
listen, I don't know about you. I know that's I'm here, killer.
Enemy turret destroyed.
You can like I said, it's already automatic. Your echo's about to jump your ass, bro. Yep.
Enemy
You're
slain.
you're one dash to death, bro. Just FYI. You're one dash. That's easy as hell. Damn, bro, you didn't have to. It's still better to kind of back around me ish, not like 7 feet away from me. And I don't know why you're not grouping and trying to fight that echo like you gonna do something. Instead of just grouping with the whole team, just splitting. If only you're here, bro. Ult at least, bro. Ult.
No.
I don't know why you're freaking grouping me. Man, that echo's not back in the me, bro. Not allowed. Let's attack the turret, bro. Oh shit!
Attack Baron.
Group, 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 group. Out of here. Oh my god, what's for you? Oh my god, that mean ass that.
Enemy.
Wow, this is one from me. To be honest,
Still survive.
this is what you said, bro. Your Adam calling me out the animation. Yeah, just reset. Oh, how'd you guy, bro? You guys about to get. Man, be good, be good. Just reset, bro. You got hella money, bro? I know you got hella money, man. I'm tracking everything, man.
Tracking nothing.
You everything,
Always
bro.
smoking.
You everything, bro. Let's see what everyone's doing.
Nothing.
The third eye, we need a group up, bro. Only two of them can split. Pressure, 2 lanes, there. We take either turret. Oh, you're focusing on. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Hey, if you guys would attack the turret a few times, I would have it. Good. Oh man, up forward, bro.
Enemy turret destroyed. Attack Baron. Shut down. Unstoppable.
Let me get that. Got ult in 2 seconds.
Attack Baron.
Gee. GG's all over their face, man.
Has slain Baron Nashor.
Crashy. Living 1 HP. Oh, I was about to land on that. Fucker, go. GG, bro. Clap their cheek, man. They wanted to run them, man. No, I didn't want to run her. We're gonna get clapped, man. What do they think, man? They me? They need me. They wanna make a comeback like that. Fucking bastard. Fine, I'm not that main DPS. Because he can't. Hmm. Dang, he did more damage? Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, he didn't go all tank. He did the boozer. He actually did some damage items. Okay, that's why. Alright. Man, that just got us a bunch of stuff because we all squatted up.
Yeah.
What did you already up, man?
Yeah.
Niggas already up.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
we got it, bro.
He got to go. Aaron. I don't trust these niggas. I don't trust these niggas, bro. You saw how these niggas play, bro.
Bro, like the bullshit.
Nah, straight up bullshit. You're on that shit, bro.
Bullshit.
If it wasn't with me and wasn't there, they can leave their suck asses. Not like they were good. And then the other shit, no.
That's ranking.
Oh shit. Relax, man. Mom. Do we have no missions or anything? Okay, we got a move. I don't mind going. Bro, ban this dirty hole. Ban this dirty hole. No, right there. Mama, why am I getting right now? I didn't get killed one time. Are you sure you want to run into the Aaron? Okay, we go text, we go Aaron, nigga. You're walking, bro. He's giving them time to counter pick your ass. Now they about to counter. Now they about to kill all your otherwise. Oh, people can do, bro. And then now you're gonna give Seaver the free mana, bro. It has a short, it has a long cooldown in the beginning, like 20, 16, 18, 20 seconds cooldown.
Your first ability?
Third ability. The spell skill that she got.
It's like every.
No, it's been a long. Oh, right.
Oh, no, early game is like 7.
No, early game it's I'm talking about severe, which was that bitch, the boomerang bitch.
I don't know.
I'm talking about the boomerang bitch. I'm talking about her spell shield. It was 20 seconds.
Oh, dude.
Her spell shield is 20 seconds. So you wanna you don't wanna so if you see her use that shit, you wanna abuse her the next 20 seconds. Because if you give her that gap in between, then she's gonna get the mana back. Fucking Oriana piece of shit. Hate Oriana as well.
This'll be a blast.
Yo, wait, don't choose the chair.
Mhm.
The chair.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not gonna get it right now, bro.
Not right now.
I'm gonna try to.
Oh, working on the chair, bro. My house, I'm out for $6.
I know you've been telling me, bro.
The most comfortable chair I've been in a long time. I'm not.
Oh, it's definitely not gonna be done. But yes, I've slept on that one.
I'm just
Many times. Many times. Especially because that one you can pull, let the light come out.
or let's see if you let's see if it's one, two,
You can adjust everything. And then 4D.
even wolves.
4D. 4 dimensions. That's where you gotta go. At least 4. There's more than that, man. At least 4.
Forward.
4.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's right.
Minions have spawned.
I didn't even know that there was 4 dimensions, bro.
There's 5.
There was 5.
There's 5.
How would I know?
The tilt. The tilt makes it gives it 5 dimension. But you don't need tilt.
Explosion first, questions later. Anyone got a match?
Okay lang yan. That ball hurts. That ball really hurts. Look at it is. Ay, pukin na nang walang yung putang ina ka. Gaga kang putang ina kang Oriana kang walang yang putang ina ka, bro. That ball crack.
Ally slain. Attack this champion. Danger. Danger.
Ang tangin.
Slain.
Let's blow this joint.
I'm gonna try to kill that again. I'm gonna go back to my lane after a gank.
Hey, where'd that bomb go? Hey, where'd that bomb go?
slain.
Oh shit, good. Oh, bro. Good. Oh, you actually saved it that time. That was actually a save, right?
Slain.
I did not. I don't expect it. I stopped expecting it years ago. But that sparked a little hope in me.
Wow, watch it.
Explosion
Top
first.
turret is under attack.
And I,
Let's blow this joint.
Nice.
oh, invading this guy right now. The resave you have to for Dragon Ball for long man.
Anyone got a match?
Oh, shit. Careful. Don't try not to go in. Help his out, bro.
The enchanted ensemble and mountain dragon have spawned.
What? Dragon.
Freaking bad.
Dragon, bro. So I said back a long time ago.
You have slain an enemy.
Mm. We got banned. Oh yeah, for everything. Oh yes, I got this shit. Yeah, what's wrong with that juggler? But why you not?
Ally slain.
Enchanted ensemble in the mid lane.
First turret destroyed. Bottom turret is under attack. Attack the ally slain.
Wow, love the one champion. Seriously.
I want HP, bro.
You saw that?
Oh, the beam is big.
Oh, I thought you saw my thing.
Enemy slain.
My guy was wanting to. You should have sniped it. Nah, they can't because of that door.
50, bro. 50. You know what that is?
This bitch too. Like 50.
Top turret is under attack.
Like, yeah, what the fuck, bro? What is this guy doing? Oh my god, it's so bad. He just gave up fucking crap, bro. What a fucking dumbass.
Enemy slain.
Middle turret is under attack.
Fucking dumbass solo,
Ally
bro.
slain.
Not fucking, I'm fucking now. You gotta focus my energy on this. Oh jeez, I knew it.
Turret lost.
Let's blow this joint.
Yo, Garen's about to come to you guys because this bear is sucking dick. Coming. Oh my god, don't let it bounce to me! Get away from me!
Enemy rampage. Shut down.
Ah, that shit too. Oh my god.
Enemy killing spree. Enemy double kill. Bottom turret is
I don't know
under
why you
attack.
get back with me.
Anyone
Attack this champion. Engage.
What the fuck did you see with everything? Chill, bro. Don't trying to get these minions, bro. I'm trying to farm these minions, bro. Just stop fighting. We don't gotta fight. Now we gotta fight. Since these guys are about to go in. Holy fuck, this silver stone.
Is unstoppable. Middle turret is under attack. Middle turret is under attack. Team has slain the dragon. Enemy turret destroyed. Attack this champion. Enemy destroyed. Middle turret is under attack. Enemy slain. Shut down.
Push mid, push mid. Bro, what the fuck, man? I'm already here. I'm already here, bro. I don't know where
I'm telling you, bro. I need to fix my freaking thing. I don't know why.
stay better way, bro.
blow this joint?
Oh shit. It's wrong because Garen's wrong.
Well, I'm going back, bro. What you mean?
You need to, man. Not even low shit.
Bro, I had to go back. What you mean?
Oh, dude.
You don't think so?
I'm gonna be okay.
Let's blow this joint.
Yo, you're hella front, yo. Don't even know where game is. Stay back, stay back, stay back, stay back. Here's it going back. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we can't kill that tank fucker.
Ally slain. Ally slain.
Fire in the hole. Hey, where'd that clown go?
You can kill that?
Oh my god.
Still on that side?
No, I'm not gonna hold up. Get the this
Attack this champion. Shut down.
Oh my god. Are you serious, bro? Wow. Please don't tell. What the fuck?
Dominating.
I mean, hit the minions, bro. What are you doing?
Inhibitor turret is under attack.
I mean, for you. You see the bubble? Good luck to the main.
We did not need to go all the way front like that.
Bottom turret is under attack. Allies slain.
More problem.
Turret lost.
Really better everyone.
Turret lost.
Ayaka, you dying for this shit? Golly.
Slain the dragon. Engage. Turret lost.
Fuck. Yeah, that's good. Can't kill that severe one. Because no, I played that secret too much, man.
Enemy slain. Nexus is under attack.
It's game.
GG's.
I need a bomb out of people all and they're gonna take on things.
And don't feed. Then don't feed. And then stop feeding.
You know what thing? The tournament thing?
What?
I'm gonna go take
Please. For the love of America.
Go ahead. Here's the last one.
What do you tank support with now?
Then
Oh.
full tank. Long range and tank. Why not?
That means you're gonna be farming. Yay.
We didn't be
Like no soul left behind.
Wow. The soul is something.
Yes.
Get up.
You gotta leave it sometimes.
Get up.
If it makes you 2 second delay. If it makes you 2 second delay, don't worry. I swear I hate Oriana, man. That ball was so annoying.
Oh, holy
Mm. Mm. Ooh, you both yawning though. I can go yawn and got enough AP. At least I can be frontline a little bit. Things to be like frontline like shit.
Great.
Gotta be the frontline. Now you.
Great.
I want you to be the greatest of them all. No one ever knows. Good.
One to cut,
One to see. Like that. One to cook. One to steal. I'm thinking I'm gonna go. Hey. Oh, maybe I put that magic resist first. Let's see. I definitely want to buy it. Go on magic resist boots?
Magic resist boots? Was it Zarya?
Well, probably do.
Ari?
That CC while annoying.
You think they are? I think they are, bro.
I get it.
Be trying.
Bro, I hate get looking at her pics, bro. It's too beautiful. Of course I'm gonna look. Who wouldn't look? It's Ari's tips.
So,
You know what I mean? Seraphine, eh, looks nice. I mean, real life, but
got nothing.
in game,
Seraphim got nothing, bro.
in real life,
No, Seraphim got mosquito bites.
in real life for a skinny bitch, come on,
Whoa.
you're skinny, bro.
Yeah, man, I
You are
feel
on
skinny,
the
bro.
mirrored
There's
side
a
of
little
the
nice bump in there.
Matrix.
I see some bump.
Welcome to Wild Rift.
Not a bump. Not enough bump for you.
I stand alone between creation and eternal war.
Not you need a bigger bump.
Demonic and divine.
Well, you can grow that shit, bro.
Minions have
You
spawned.
can make that shit
You
grow.
don't grow like
Good deal. Good.
grow like
If you give them
My only
the
ally.
good attention, they do.
Danger.
Yeah, they're there, bro. They're there. See
Retreat
them
from
there.
the enemy champion.
Whole lot.
Suffer your fate. Tyranny lies in both order and chaos. Stand corrected. Power awakened. Infernal dawn. Suffer your fate. There is evil in willful ignorance. Stand corrected. Second chances. It is peace or apocalypse.
Yeah, should have kept fighting her. Would have killed her ass. Fuck me.
Run.
Ah, I hesitated, bro. Would have killed her.
On my way.
Infernal dawn. No time for mercy.
MIA. MIA.
Blood.
Stand corrected.
I told you MIA, right?
What?
Fine.
I like it. Appreciate it. That's all I need sometimes, man.
On my way.
The gods have forgotten fear, compassion, reason. I am your reckoning.
Enemy slain.
Infernal dawn. Retribution.
Nice counter again. Ah, shit.
Slain.
He was still here like a fucking bitch here. Jesus. What did you?
Must I be my only ally?
On my way.
Sacrifice, then sacrifice.
On my way.
I'm playing for late game, bro. We got late. Then they're not that bad late game either.
Retreat from the enemy champion. Allies slain.
Suffer your fate. Enough.
Alright.
The enchanted ensemble and ocean dragon have spawned.
The gods have forgotten. Do not tempt me.
Always on my hands.
No second chances. It is peace
Hold
or
on.
apocalypse.
Danger.
No jungler there, bro. No jungler there.
Is under attack.
Infernal dawn.
Long.
Slain the
An enemy burst turret destroyed.
Suffer your fate.
Slain an enemy.
Prophecy means nothing to a determined soul.
Bring on the phones.
Suffer your fate. I step
Certain things need to come in. Mid. Come mid.
There is evil in willful
Keep breaking my
Serpent was here. Oh, they're on their mid. Bot.
On my way.
If peace demands sacrifice.
Why would you tell them we're coming, bro? Holy shit. The good part of it.
Enemy turret destroyed.
What? Didn't take it? This fucking dirty bitch got it. Draven got it all the way from the other side of the world, bro. Wow. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, let's get the fuck back out of here.
Tyranny lies in both order and
Come on. I need 100 gold, bro.
a path of only
Oh.
light or darkness is a path to ruin.
I'm going to top. I
Bottom
need
turret is
100
under
gold.
attack.
Oh, I'm going back mid. That's why I want to be careful there. Oh, there.
Rampage.
I'm pushing mid.
Ally slain. Killing spree. Unstoppable.
Who's dead? Everyone's dead?
Destroyed.
Everyone dead? How many's dead? Shit.
Or the
No second chances.
He probably thought he killed me, bro, but I was like, yo, what happened to my kill announcement? Hey, yo,
I need rest.
I know he's mad, bro. I was like, hey, yo, where's my kill at?
I step back.
Like, where's my kill at? What happened? It isn't here.
There is evil in willful ignorance.
On my way.
Oh, yeah, Jordan sped. Oh, yeah, Jordan
Prophecy
sped.
means nothing to a
Rampage.
determined
Oh, I've
soul.
seen those. Okay. No.
Turret lost.
I got numbers. What the heck?
I may grow
Going
weary,
back.
but I will not
Go
stop.
back.
On my way. Bottom turret is under attack. Enemy slain.
Oh, I want for FPS.
those two like this one. Those two are going to be using like that.
No mini-map, bro.
Shut down.
Strong. And again, I thought she was going to use like that.
I may grow
Yeah,
weary,
Red Dragon. Fuck, I kinda want Red Dragon more. Fuck this shit.
On my way. The enemy team has slain the dragon.
Well, there's no point taking those creeps yet.
dawn.
How many seconds do we got? Oh shit, Ari's up. Ari's up. Ari's up. Guess we do it with the scared to give up. Oh, what the fuck?
Shut down.
You know, and now that charm. Get up. There's nothing there. There's no point being there.
Enemy turret destroyed. Retreat.
Or they get banned.
Ally slain.
And anti-CC.
Legendary.
Tyranny lies in both order and
Sorry, getting CC'd. Oh, we can win.
Ally slain.
Our jungle is completely and actually good this time.
Enemy slain.
Must I be my only ally?
Attack Baron. On my way.
I'll take it. Oh shit! I have to leave you, bro.
Oh, it's okay.
Enemy
I took a stand. I got a lot of help.
Alright.
That's why
I don't got
this group for them.
that life too. Yeah, got some damage now. What the fuck? Did I say yes?
If
No,
peace demands
what you
sacrifice,
got?
then sacrifice I will.
Yeah. Should have got a magic resist boots though. You're gonna get armor. You're gonna get armor first, get magic resist boots. Yeah. I wanna balance it out. Not have too much of the other. Especially when they do have mag. Holy fuck. Got knocked up for life.
down.
Oh, actually, I'm low. I'm gonna stay back.
Engage. Engage. On my way.
Prophecy means nothing to a
Alright,
determined
just
soul.
G again. How we do it, man? We need you more as tank, not damage, Obi. I don't know why you always go for damage. Man. You do more damage as tank, bro. Here's the shit, I thought it was an enemy, bro. Oh shit, I look at her tits. Fuck, I look at her tits. We all got double charms. I'm dead. Now you guys got this. They use all their shit on me.
If you're only dead.
Literally, use all their shit on me. Why? They that scared of me? I get it. I would focus me too, but shoot. Oh. I didn't know there's a spell shield now for a tank. Ew.
Ace.
What do we do, bro?
Victory.
Just let me go tank, bro.
Exactly. We don't need your damage room, bro. Yeah, I can't believe that Mundo almost fucking killed me. I went damage. And we survived it. So we tank. Dude.
able to take all the damage, bro.
I was like, what the fuck? Damn, that thing it did the same amount of damage. And took hell of damage. Alright, bad. The Ari shut the fuck down. 1-8.
The host for 22,000,
Yeah.
and I only died once.
You died once? Oh, you're a free man. You're supposed to die 0 times. I'm not only expectation. Oh, yeah, you guys gave first blood, so I didn't get it.
Fortunately, I have to do that. You know? I have to do shoulder like no. I'm not happy. Like wow, bro.
That guy. Unite and prosper. What that means. Oh, what the heck? Did I just light up? Was I supposed to light this up?
I think up.
Light it up.
Oh, I think up.
Adventure movie. Oh, that's what it's about, adventure mode.
I hunt
It's not started. It's the last one.
Let's get it.
Let's get it, bro. Trying to get things cheap.
You are on it? Oh, I don't even know.
Lap 2. Here, lap 3.
Don't even know. Alright.
Because I've been ranking more than you, bro.
Damn.
Let's continue.
Alright.
Because
Alright.
I've been ranking your vouchers.
And you're only one level higher?
Yeah, because I've only played 2-3 games. And you know you need about 4 games to really rank up.
4 games.
4 games, 4 wins. So I have you know that. Don't play dumb. You know that's what it is.
You double my game, bro. It's right there.
Oh, I mean, the game match.
Double that amount of game when you only one lag higher. Ben and fucking winning up the series. I love it. What you mean?
That's the first time. Win rate.
Well, that's my current overall win rate. Win rate overall. My current overall win rate.
Before what?
That's my win rate in general.
The time I got looks like.
No, I'm talking about like everyone.
Oh, go back to the Oops. Oops.
Oh, I have to go EP. I have to go team on them. We have an AD carry in mid lane. You know what I mean? Oh no, not good. No, no. Um, have any other AP option? Really?
Captain Timo on duty.
Oh, more down jungle. That's so whack. Bro, I got no tank. You got no tank. Okay. I just want to jab. So I'm gonna go with evil Timo. Evil Timo, bro. Did you know that? I'm the evil Timo. Ew. Damn, what time is McDonald's close?
Hoping that not living for building.
Oh, we gotta end this in two.
Wild Rift.
Damn, you know what I'm gonna get. Let's finish at 15 and a run. Think we can do it?
Size doesn't mean everything.
Minions have spawned.
That's money. Oh, you're right. The only fucking accept that push. Let me use my contract.
Hut, 2, 3, 4. Never underestimate the power of the Scout's code. Armed and ready. Reporting in. Swiftly. Yes, sir.
Didn't change much settings, bro.
I can't carry you, bro. I'm not mid.
I'll scout ahead.
Oh, it's not even that, bro. I didn't change much settings.
Don't even setting.
The left, take a fixed
That's the
20
sting. Size doesn't mean everything.
instead of being at 320.
Oh shit, I'm on down trying to go for me.
I'll scout ahead.
On my way.
That's got to sting.
Wow.
Hut, 2, 3, 4. Reporting in. Armed and ready. Slippery. Armor and ready. Yes, sir. That's gotta sting.
Bottom turret is under attack.
4.
Ally slain.
Size doesn't mean everything.
Middle turret is under attack. Enemy, you have been slain.
Okay, I'm gonna buy it.
Goodbye.
I'm solo, so not even in the mood. Surely you're not gonna come for me, right?
Ally slain.
I'm gonna do.
Ally slain.
I'm gonna burn. I'm gonna attack speed.
The enchanted ensemble and
Yeah, ready
infernal
for dragon?
have spawned.
Red dragon.
I'm breaking free.
Yes, sir. I'll scout ahead.
Bottom turret is under attack. On my way. On my way.
2, 3, 4.
Ally slain. Ally slain.
Size doesn't mean everything.
Enemy killing spree. Bottom turret is under attack.
Reporting in. Swiftly.
Enemy team has slain the enchanted ensemble.
Oh my god.
I'll scout ahead.
Enemy killing spree. Top turret is under attack.
Come on.
Mid turret is under attack.
2, 3, 4.
Enemy rampage.
Bro, follow your lane, bro. At least you, bro. You don't need to be there with me. Yo, go, bro. You're fucking up mid. Lord of Fire just one, but they got two of them, bro.
Middle toss is under attack.
Reporting in.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Okay, I did not expect this cover to get at the
Enemy
same
team
time.
has summoned the enchanted
Enemy
Dude, what the fuck is going on with the game, bro? Wait, everyone's feeding? Oh, okay.
Top turret is under attack. Turret
I'll
lost.
scout ahead.
Oh, what do you guys do, bro? Please don't take my farm, bro.
Armed and ready.
Bro, just get out, bro. We got late game. Just farm, bro. Just follow their AD carry, bro. That's all you gotta do, man.
Enemy is dominating.
Yes, sir. Swiftly.
Inhibitor turret is under attack. Slain an
Oh.
enemy. On my way. Turret lost.
Oh, dude.
Size doesn't mean
Oh, jeez.
everything.
Come on, dude.
Turret is under attack. Enemy ravaged.
Oh, shit, yeah, man. Hold on.
Two,
Nice
three,
effective if I'm not mad.
Bottom turret is under attack.
Can't.
Turret
We'll
lost.
go there.
armed and ready. I'll scout ahead. Yes, sir.
What the fuck?
Reporting in. Swiftly.
This Jinx Spider too. This one.
I mean, let him take down mid turret, bro.
Size doesn't mean everything.
What's it mean?
Kai'Sa mid or is it Asaya? I don't know.
Huh?
Who are you supporting?
Huh?
Oh, who was your matchup?
Swiftly.
I something.
Yes, sir.
Who was your matchup? Who are you up against?
Jinx and Healing.
Oh, different- oh golly.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's gotta sting.
Oh my god. That burns. I'm out of here, bro.
I'll scout ahead.
Jinx. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Oh no. I'm just glad we were Gucci.
Nexus is under
Let me give him a set. It's not like he got killed, so he got a speed boost. Oh god. GG. Dookie ass thing, bro. It took a minute from me to do that bullshit. Turn on the airplane. We gotta end it with an air ammo, right? We have to end it with an air ammo. We got clap that badly. You guys, oh, you guys quit. I thought it was guys that I quit. No, James so strong. Oh, you must stop bleeding. No. Why you gotta make everyone strong? You can't get switched to Aaron right now. Why you gotta be so rude? I'm gonna marry you anyway. I'm gonna marry you anyway. You? Who? Oh, and you ate it last night. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can make it to. Yeah, we're gonna make it McDonald's and fire. Must be out of order on the app. Order right now. I got nothing on my card. My phone.
I will be the best.
I'm a sportsman, please. Thank
Fortune
you.
doesn't favor fools.
Ooh. So what?
A wolf has no fortune doesn't favor fools.
I'll go 80 this time. Fuck 80, bro. 80 suck. Oh, what's this? Oh, 80 is better. This is just 80 is better. No, no, no. I'm good. Not really. But maybe not, hopefully. Wow, man. It is kind of too cold for McFlurries. 56 degrees. Okay. Water. We do not have it. I'm bad at skin, bro. What's wrong with you? You're not allowed to not have any skin, man. We've been playing this game for years. You gotta have a skin for everybody. I thought you said you collected them all. You gotta collect them all. Pokemon. Oh, let me try this pull down boots on Miss Fortune.
An ally has reconnected.
Thank you. Fucking minion blocking this. What is this? No, I'm almost trying to ult me by myself and he still missed. So that flash at the right time. Because I'm the masturbator now. You know how good I am at masturbating. Did I know I'm really good at masturbating, man? Is that a great ult? Oh, but dang. 3-5. They're all low at least.
Ally slain. Enemy slain. Enemy slain.
Why me? Okay, yeah, the Oriana missed her off. I'm done. See how I'm dodging? I got like that. Oh shit. Oh shit, I thought I can do that. I need to buy me.
Ally slain.
Do I need M3CC? No. I need damage more right now.
Ally slain.
Don't get cocky.
Come on, Nick. I want to do Holy mackerel. Yeah, buddy, you know, kind of good shit. Wow, bro, set us up. You gave this guy the perfect pack to the whole rest of the team. Yeah, he did. And the number one support, bro. Well, are you learning the game too? Because usually, if you're that squeegee, you don't power die. You would fully, you know what I mean?
gotta do that.
Wow, thanks for protecting everybody. Why you protect me, bruh?
Yeah.
No, I died first.
I was behind. You were behind. What are you doing there? I was waiting. Just came back to life. Oh,
Not a problem.
you don't know what's to go deep.
Um,
Enemy slain. Double kill. Enemy slain.
oh my god. Oh my god. Ow. Ow, that motherfucker hurt. Oh gosh. Oh my god. Oh, now you, oh, you fucking bitch out there. Dude, this one though. Come on, stay in the front one though.
Killing spree. Killing spree.
What the fuck do you mean?
Turret lost. Step 2. Shut down.
Wow, that's fucking. Finally, fuck. What the fuck? Right?
Don't get your
Bro, bro, what would you follow me, bro? Yeah, I got 5K, don't buy me, bye. Come on, dog. So closely.
Killing spree. Shut down. Slain. Ace.
You just. What the heck? You were falling over here?
Well, I killed the other person up there, but
Oh, okay. Actually, no. I had it there. GG. Not right, bro. Not coming, man.
oh, we were going.
Not when I'm around, man.
What point is it?
Not when I'm in sport. They ain't even bigger turret, bro. I don't know why that. I don't know why that guy thought, I was doing shit. Like, my score didn't say it, but I was scared. Like, he cleaning up, he doing everything. No, nigga. Dude, I don't need kills to do damage, bro. Alright? He thought he was doing shit, bro. I would have done hella shit if I had those kills. Freaking dumb. People don't got no awareness. Whatever. Alright, let me go. Yeah, I'm going to get killed now.
What are you ready? Done?
Gucci. Gucci, bro. Right? You know? That's what it's like. We're trying to we're gonna, you know what I mean? Too late. He got what got sick.
Charge it. So now you're back at I wasn't right. So I don't think much. Okay. It's been running. Everything. It's negative. Everything. But I'm sorry. And something was covering. So play something to make as I'm still to wake up. Okay. Okay, I have it. What do you need? And one hand understand? So that's something. And if I gotta find my other people who are pickling, there's gonna be all these guys. Huh? People will share some stuff. Because I can't play ball really. I gotta turn. These people too long. I gotta be 5, 6, 7. So we do people, you know. If I shot you straight from stuff. So
Genshin is cooked. That might be kind of a joke because Escofia's whole idea is that she's a well-known ex-chef of the team, but that's also not a joke because Hoyoverse found themselves designing another pretty overpowered character. Just take a look at Escofia's ascension from talent. Any opponents hit by Escofia's skill or burst will have their Hydro and Cryo Res decreased by 5, 10, 15, or 55%, depending on how many Hydro and Cryo characters that you have in the party. Now, you might be saying, okay, well, that's a fair trade-off, since in order to get that big jump from 15 to 55% Red Shred, your team needs to be filled with only Hydro and Cryo characters. Yes, while that is true, I want you to consider these two pieces of information first. First, this passive slightly differs from its similar counterparts in Nilu and Shepherus, where it still gives you something even if you don't build a full team of Cryo and Hydro characters, making Escoffier a little less restrictive in team building. Second, this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to what Escoffier can do. Moving into her actual abilities, Escoffier's top skill will deal AoE crowd damage. Some of the fastest crowd application in the game with an application rate of every other hit. And to top it all off, it does extremely respectable damage with Escoffier's own Reshra. As for Escoffier's old skill, I don't know if I can say the same. We take a complete 180 because this skill has nothing to do with combat. Hold Escoffier's skill to place her cooking mech in front of you and then just use elemental attacks to charge it up to create food. I'm gonna call half of you out here. Y'all probably forget to use your parametric transformer for resources anyway, so you're definitely not going to use this skill because it's also a weekly thing. Anyways, the last part of Escoffier's kit that we need to cover is her elemental burst. Press her elemental burst to deal AoE that use this skill because it's a parametric transformer for resources anyway, so you're definitely not going to use this skill because it's also a weekly thing. Anyways, the last part of Escoffier's kit that we need to cover is her elemental burst. Press her elemental burst to deal AoE crowd damage and then heal the party based on Escoffier's attack. At talent level 9, this burst has over 1000% motion value on its AoE cryo damage. Granted, we're usually not going to be melting this hit since Escoffier encourages a freeze playstyle, but this is still a huge number regardless. Not to mention, her burst healing is enough to top up the HP bar of any character that doesn't stack HP. Extra healing for the active character comes with her Ascension 1 passive, which restores HP every 1 second for 9 seconds, also based her Ascension 1 character that doesn't stack HP. Healing is enough to top up the HP bar of any character that doesn't stack HP. Extra healing for the active character comes with her Ascension 1 passive, which restores HP every 1 second for 9 seconds, also based on Escoffier's attack. Just to recap, let's add up everything that Escoffia does, and you'll quickly understand why she's such a powerhouse and maybe a little concerning when it comes to increasing character power levels in Genshin. She has offensive support with her Ascension talent via Red Shred that beats out any other common support like Shinlan or Lolly in terms of number, and she also has consistent damage and cryo application with her skill. When you add her elemental burst, she also has a decent single hit multiplier and she can burst heal the entire party in addition to healing your active character over time. Having all of these different pieces of utility in her kit means that for certain characters she's irreplaceable as a support, and there's not as much downside to her if you do decide to use her with teammates that aren't as synergistic and do forego one part of her kit since she has so many different benefits. You'll get an idea of where that's relevant in the team section, but for now, let's talk about her build options. Starting off with artifacts, this is the easy part of her build. There is no real support set for Freeze or a Hydro and Crow character specifically, so we turn to the 4-set Golden Troop for pure damage. It turns out that 70% skill damage bonus on a character that already provides herself up to 55% Cryo Rush Shred is pretty strong for her damage. Outside of the 4-set Golden Troop, there are also a few niche options that you can consider, namely the 4-set Blizzard Shredder, the 4-set Noblesse Oblige, and the 4-set Tenacity and Humility. For an old damage set on paper, the 4-set Blizzard Shredder holds up pretty well. However, in practice, one of Escoffier's biggest selling points is that she can raise the potential of freeze teams against unfreezable enemies with her huge 55% Rush Shred. If you're trying to run freeze teams against unfreezable enemies, then you're going to lose out on 20% crit rate from the 4-set Blizzard Shredder, which is why this set is much more of a niche pick rather than a best-in-slot option. As for the 4-set Noblesse and 4-set Tenacity, these are your standard attack percent bombing sets, and you can expect them to neuter Escoffier's personal damage as a trade-off for a little more damage on your main character. Remember, that trade-off may not always lead to better team DPS. Escoffier's standard artifact combination is attack percent Sans, Cryo Damage Goblet, and Crit Damage or Crit Rate in the Circlet. For those who don't have a good Cryo Goblet, an Attack Percent Goblet can be pretty much on the same level as the Cryo Damage one with how much damage percent buffs you can get from the Force Equivalent Troop and a character like Farina. Artifact substat priority is typically crit stats, energy recharge, attack percent, and flat attack in that order of priority. Energy recharge is an important stat, but considering that you may be running triple cryo in certain teams, or at least double cryo in most teams, Escoffier's energy requirements aren't anywhere near the highest in the game. For double cryo teams that generate a decent amount of energy, 160 to 170% is more than enough to burst every rotation, and for triple cryo teams, you can even drop down to a number like 150%. That means Escoffier's energy requirements are more than achievable through just substats than maybe a weapon stat, but players can also build an ER stance instead of an attack percent stance if their weapon and substats have a lot of attack percent but are missing energy recharge. Escoffier is not too picky about her polearm options as she wants these standard DPS stats like many other characters. Her signature polearm Symphonist of Sense will be her best in slot option with a 66.2% crit damage stat and a slew of attack buffs in its passive, undoubtedly tailored towards Escoffier. However, even for characters like Chevreuse who don't really use crit damage, it can be a solid polearm for its attack percent buff granted to characters that the wielder heals. For characters who don't heal and deal off-field damage, like Xiangling, 66.2% crit damage and up to 24% attack off-field is still a solid generalist polearm as well. But I digress. For other off-field, is still a solid generalist polearm as well. But I digress. For other options you can run on Escoffier, the next best options are typically 5-star stat sticks like Staff of Homa, Calamity Color, Engulfing Lightning, and Scoured Spine. In particular, as a standard banner weapon, Scoured Spine actually performs surprisingly well on Escoffier, even though it's not better than any of the limited 5-star options that I just mentioned. However, it does perform on par or better than pretty much any 4-star option due to its very high base attack and energy recharge stat that allows you to only need a few ER substat rolls before hyper-focusing on crit. Escoffier's most common free-to-play 4-star option is typically going to be Favonius Lance for those same reasons. High base attack, an ER stat, and a passive that generates energy to help the team's energy requirements is always going to be valuable even if your personal DPS does take a hit. If you do want to rank 4-star weapons strictly by damage, Deathmatch is going to be your best 4-star option. Other 4-star options to consider are some recent weapon banner 4-stars with Prospector's Drill and Mounted Rising Bolt, or the recent Events polearm with Tamayirate no Hanasi, which are all middle ground options between the support of Favonius and the raw damage of Deathmatch. I've done my best to list these polearms in order from best to worst performance on a general level, but just a disclaimer, this is not a clear-cut list, since some polearms can overtake others, depending on the investment level of your build and which teammates you decide to pair Escoffier with. The reason I say that is because Escoffier's team building can feel limited if you're picking only Hydra characters, and unlike a Milu or Chevreuse, you're not completely bound to the freeze archetype and can use the select non-freeze teams as well. By far the biggest winner of Escoffier's release is Ayaka. For lack of better words, she's been banished to the Shadow Realm for so long as newer crowd characters like Reese and Siwali mainly focused on remote reaction rather than the freeze reaction. In standard Ayaka freeze teams, you typically run something like Ayaka, Farina, Kazuma, and Charlotte, or maybe Ayaka, Shanta, Kogumi, and Kazuma.
Hello,
Fuck is
I'm
this?
Auroron from the Masters of the Nightwind. Want some vegetables?
Fuck is that? Auto run. Here's an arrow. Okay. I bet you're not better than official. Huh. Second. 15-second. With a 9-second duration. Okay. Huh. Fighting speed. Hey, well, I don't mind a new character. Definitely don't mind the real character. No, I'm used to that.
So this is a day in the life.
Thank you very much. The new character, that's one.
Traveler.
What's up to man? Surely I'm gonna get it into multi, right? Come on. Wow, that gold.
Hey there, I'm Aoife, a Sorrow vet from the Flower Feather Clan. You've probably...
I don't mind getting new characters. Oh, I got the two featured characters. Okay. Okay. Come on. How many is it already, man? No, it's been many, man. You know what? 30. Oh, shoot. Okay, so there's been 30, huh? So that's 50. So this is 60 right here. 60, come on, 60. Come on, 60. Turn gold. I got robbed, guys. I got robbed. I got robbed. Come on, please give me double 4-star, man. Oh my god, single 4-star again. Come on, one more 4-star. Break. Oh my god. Go for it again. Um, better get it now, man. I better get it now. Oh my god. 70? Okay, I got all the characters. Yeah. Oh, what the heck? I'm getting robbed right now, man.
If you are a Shen He owner. The issue with these teams is that although healers like Charlotte and Kokomi can provide some damage buffs via their build, their personal damage contribution is practically zero. Now with Escoffier, you can build a team with Ayaka, Shenhe, and Furina, where your healer provides both a top-tier Resh Red passive and non-negligible damage. For those who don't have Furina, it is impossible to replace her without seeing big damage drop-offs right now, but some options that you have at your disposal are your standard hydro options like Yalan or Xingqiu, or even Mona and Kokomi. The same things can be said about Shenhe because Shenhe buffs both Ayaka and Escoffier at the same time. If you do want to replace Shenhe because you don't have her, substitutes can be a second hydro character or crowd supports like Siglali, Rosaria, Ganyu, Layla, and Risley comes in as the second best crowd character to pair with Escoffier as he makes his freeze team somewhat competitive with his nut teams. The only issue is that with Shenhe in the mix, Risley's demand for longer field time makes it so that Shenhe can only get one hold skill use rather than the two tap skill uses that she gets with Ayaka, who doesn't have strict field time requirements. Regardless, if you do want to run the core of Escoffier, Risley, and Shenhe, just add a Farina in there and this will be one of your best options. Replacing Shenhe with Yelan makes Risley's damage contribution much lower, but it does allow for great overall team DPS. And if you want to replace Farina...
Come on, go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Please be a spot here. Oh my jeez. I want a spot here. Please a spot here.
D-Luke of Munster. Not interested in idle chit-chat. If you have things you want to get done, let me know.
Are you serious? He finally came home, but I don't want him. Son of a bitch. I'm serious. Man.
Embraces its due.
Oh, jeez.
As a jeweler cherishes her gems.
Oh my jeez. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Things mentioned in the Ayaka section, the same trade-off apply. The only difference between Ayaka and Risley is that Risley's melt teams were already good against boss enemies, but now you have more variety with Escoffier because she allows you to bring a freeze team into unfreezable boss enemies without that huge damage drop-off. As for hydro carries, the #1 winner when it comes to Escoffier's release is the other becomes the family. Unlike Ayaka, who is really just bound to a single reaction with freeze, Ayato actually found the most success in Hyperblue and reaction soup teams, where his personal damage was alright, but he kinda got carried by the offensive damage dealers, triggering a ton of reactions. Escoffier allows Ayato to deal a little more personal damage in the same teams, and the Hydro and Cryo character restriction isn't really that bad with characters like Farina, Siglali, Mulan, etc. However, those characters are the common theme when it comes to the increased team focus. Yeah, rather than using Ayato, Ayaka, and Risley. That means players that don't have any of these characters may find it a little bit difficult to fill in the missing slots. Aside from Escoffier and Ayato, you can either pick 2 Cryo, 2 Hydro, or just 1 from each element to fill the final 2 slots. The best Cryo options bring large buffs to the team or their own on-field DPS like Siglali, Rosaria, or Kaya, while Hydro options are your standard Farina, Yelan, Xingqiu, Mona, or KobeBryant. The second Hydro carry to see some improvements is Neuvillette, but not in the way that most people expect. While you may hear that Escoffier, Neuvillette, Farina, and Siglali can be Neuvillette's new best team on paper, in practice that is a situational thing. In the same way that Shilonen and Kazuha's Reshred provide diminishing returns in Neuvillette's previous team, or Shilonen and Siglali's Reshred provide diminishing returns in Mavlika teams, Escoffier and Siglali share that same issue here. Instead of the raw buffing numbers, what I actually believe to be the biggest benefit of Escoffier and Neuvillette teams is that she shortens Neuvillette's rotations to a clean 24 to 25 second rotation thanks to her long lasting skill. With Shilonen and Kazuha, you need to swap back into them halfway through the rotation to use their skills and refresh the Reshred debuffs, which creates a longer overall rotation. Long rotation is not necessarily bad, but the addition of Escoffier allows for not only a different approach to Neuvillette's teammates, but also a standard 24 to 25 second rotation that's easier to memorize and execute without keeping track of when you need to swap out into your supports. Beyond some of these standard freeze teams, Escoffier's Cryo application being almost identical to Rosaria and Siglali make her a valuable option for melt teams as well. If you're missing Siglali, she can be a usable substitute for Mavlika, Arlecchino, and Gami melt teams since their power application is slow and controllable. Escoffier provides decent personal damage and healing compared to Rosaria in these cases, but Rosaria does provide a crit rate buff, which is something to consider when comparing the two. Another team that you can use is Escoffier and Chaspa teams. Scuffier, Chaska, Farina, and a crowd shielder like Lolly, Layla, or Diona can be a pretty consistent team with a good damage floor. Just don't expect that team to perform better than some of the Bennett and Vega variants, for example. But with that, I hope you guys enjoyed this Escoffier guide, and most importantly, I hope this guide Alrighty, part 5.6 is right around the corner. I know that many of you are very excited about it. Spotlight is as comfy at the current point. We have a confirmation banner that has been posted, which is rather interesting and technically exceeded my expectation, especially when we just have a prediction banner for Escoffier the other day. And also, I kind of forgot that EFA was actually on the banners as well, which is why I didn't actually talk about EFA on Escoffier banner prediction. But don't mind me too much about that, but we're going to be diving into the banner and providing my thoughts, and hopefully it will actually help you make the best decision. Escoffier is here, and I know that many of you are excited for her. So if you're planning to swipe for pooling, then don't forget to check out Loot Bar. If you know me, I've been recommending you guys Loot Bar before, since you can always save almost a 23% on all your top-ups. With over 100,000 orders and so many pretty good reviews at this point. And by the way, this also applies to PS5 and Xbox user who can place orders on Loot Bar. You can be sure that Loot Bar is trustworthy. Here you can see my order receipts of all of my top-ups that I have done. So guys, be sure to check out Loot Bar through the link in my description, as it can be a great way for you to save your money, especially if you are topping up a large amount. Alright, first off, Escoffier, I'm pretty sure I've already discussed quite a lot about her on the channel. But basically, to sum it up, you really have to think hard about your pooling decision, as Escoffier affects in terms of your team building quite a bit, because she is technically a character that focuses a lot on freeze. However, I've been thinking a lot about Escoffier the past couple of days, because her potential doesn't just stick when she's used on a freeze or on a cryo team. She's a character that can potentially deal very decent sub DPS damage, and we already know how good of a sub DPS character potential is across any of the team comp that you can actually use. Furthermore, should your team have access to hydro and cryo resistant shred. Therefore, let's say you want to slot Escoffier in any of the team comp that you can have. Many of the time you might have Farina next to Escoffier. Therefore, both Escoffier and Farina already have a bit of the shredding that Escoffier innate ability have access to, and other than that, you can build a team surrounding Escoffier and Farina into your liking, because I know that many of us already have Farina built and invested as a character, so many of you would like to have Farina across many of your different teams. In any case, if you don't want to use Escoffier in the free scene, we can potentially go down that route, and it will further make sense in terms of if you're thinking about into your Escoffier, because well, we're going to talk about her weapon in a bit, but weapon is pretty decent. Not to mention, her constellation is potentially going to be very good in terms of investment as well, which means I am honestly really liking Escoffier potential right now, since I'm somebody who loves sub DPS character. Not to mention, she has access to whole team healing. Even if Escoffier isn't on the top I would definitely still consider running for her, because of the sheer fact that she does open up a freeze team comp once again. But more than that, you can still use her across different team comps if you want to expand your team building capabilities, and if you're somebody who likes playing around with different characters. And Navia returning, I ain't gonna be complaining too much, because she's still one of the better DPS character out there. Yeah, not only that, she is the best DPS shield character that we've got, but her damage potential is still really good. Other things that I like about Navia is that many of the other shield characters tend to be stuck in more or less a mono shield team comp. While Navia, even though she's a shield DPS, she isn't really that much of a, boom boom shield DPS character, because she tends to love running alongside with different element character that she can have crystallize to charge up a shrapnel. If you're more of a player who doesn't have access to a lot of gems, and you're looking for a more versatile DPS character, then yes, I'd say Navia is going to be a character that can be rather flexible when it comes to going head-on with different enemies within the Abyss, for example, because there aren't too many enemies that are resisting the shield too much at the moment, which makes it something that you have to consider when you
that
are
was
looking
lit.
into Navia, which leads us to the official balance to character. And at this point in time, we know that there's going to be Layla, Aura, and Ifa, and I would just have to say that this is also one of the better 4-star banners that we have seen in a while. Now, I'm rather surprised that Aura is kind of back this early, but considering the fact that they are also trying to sell Aoife, then yeah, Auron technically makes sense to have Aoife here on the banner. Well, of course, we're going to be looking a lot more into Aoife whenever he is released, but I'm pretty sure Aoife himself is a pretty interesting 4-star character, especially when you have the ability to grab more constellation for a 4-star character. I think you're going to be opening him up in terms of team building, and for character damage wise, he could.
Hey, yo, what the heck are these, bro?
Be free.
Excuse me? Did he just say I'm flying? Guy has the ability to fly, my god? What am I playing with, bro? I don't know what the heck is going on. Couldn't even read any. Mhm. What the heck, man? Um, what the heck?
Go! You're free now!
Odds revealed.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Know my soul.
Let me read you a verse.
By royal decree. Animal test 6308. Enhanced animal module 75.
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Pretty
Ray outlines your fist. Drain cutter.
Swirl Mark 2.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Go! You're free now!
Know my soul. Witness the power of Gugwa. Absorption test.
Be free!
Potentially it's going to do, decent damage for you if you really want to look into building him as an anemo DPS character. Aron is obviously always going to be one of the better electro off-field sub DPS character, whatever you want to call it. But the fact that he has access to Sin City, definitely his value is always whatever you want to call it. But to be one of the better electro off-field sub DPS character, whatever you want to call it. But the fact that he has access to Sin City, definitely his value is always going to be there. And of course, the more constellation you have for Aron, the better it is going to be. So even Aron is on the same banner, which is technically good. And other than that, we have Layla as well. Well, Layla has always been one of the better 4-star character. If I'm not mistaken, it's already been almost a year. So Layla being back is kind of nice, especially when she has one of the more decent constellations that we have access to. So obviously, if you do pull for a constellation Layla, it is still going to be better than, we have some of the worst 4-star character that could have been on the banner itself. So overall, a decent time for you to think about sniping the 4-star if you really want to. Obviously, there are important. But again, trying to prove the 5-star character of the choice is always going to be the more important thing. So do keep that in mind. Onto the weapon banner itself. We first have the Symphonist of Ascent. With this in, it feels as if Escoffier is kind of like a devil holding a fork trying to stop whenever you go the wrong dude. So what her weapon basically does is you have a 66% crit damage, which is no one's ever going to be complaining about that. You also have a 12% increase extra with an additional 12% at increase whenever you are on field. Whenever the character holding this weapon initiates healing, both the equipped character and the character that is healed gets a 32% attack increase, which is technically something that always going to be on whenever you are using on the Escoffier, but you constantly heal your team. Other than that, you also have access to a bit of a whole team attack increase because of that 3 seconds, since Escoffier is going to be healing once for your team whenever she casts her elemental burst. 3 seconds isn't long, but while it is kind of like a slight DPS increase for your whole team, if you have a lot of sub DPS character on your team, doesn't work for HP scaling characters, sadly, because it is attack increase. Would have been huge if it was damage increase, so it's kind of sad. If you're using character that scales with HP a lot on your team, like Novelet, Rena, Tao, for example, those kind of character, then trying to pull for this weapon technically may not be that worst of a deal for you. Well, obviously, in the long run, if you do have this weapon, it's overall a decent stat pick for both if the character is a DPS character, or if, moreover, if they are a sub DPS character like Shan Ling, then yes, they will be able to make use of this weapon decently well. Other than that, we have the Verdict. Now, this weapon, I'd say it's kind of like a mix. Obviously, It is for Navia, it is really good. However, other than Navia, it's very hard for you to make full use of the power. So yes, you do have a 20% attack increase with a 22%. But if you're looking at this, it is pretty limited weapon series that we have access to. 9% attack increase and a 21% all. Which leads us to the next part where we usually discuss on the future potential character returning. Now, we already know that Raiden and Finish is going to be next, more or less going to be preference characters I've already discussed. So, pulling for them is definitely whether or not going to be your choice. But the more important thing is Skirk as a character is going to be potentially coming. She is expected to be a rather good character because I'm pretty sure the messing of Skirk due to how powerful she is within the lore. Moreover, we are expecting her to be more or less a the good character because I'm pretty sure Howeverse will not be messing up Skirk due to how powerful she is within the lore. Moreover, we are expecting her to be more or less a freeze team comp character, which is why Escoffier is some character that you would really want to look into whenever Skirk is going to be coming. Other than that, right alongside Skirk, there are potential that Mavuka Sidlali is technically going to be coming back. Well, hopefully those two characters aren't going to be coming back in one go within a single patch, because last time both Mavuka and Sidlali being right next together is like one of the worst things that we can have already, as both of those characters are really, really good. So if they do come back, hopefully maybe Sidlali is going to be coming back first before Mavuka, because I know how many of us would love to do Skirk at that point. But obviously those two characters are going to be coming back quite soon. So if you're thinking about saving up your premium gems, yeah, consider her whenever you are deciding to pull. Now overall, even though those characters are some of the best characters that we have access to, especially Marika, again, pulling for a character is still going to be a preference character of your choice. So do make sure that you really like the character gameplay first before you ever decide to go into it. Especially, Marika, for example, many of you may not like the gameplay, of being on a motorcycle. So do make that a huge consideration on your part as well before you actually commit to a character, because we already know that, technically newer character that is going down the line, yeah, they are slightly going to be the better that has already been released like a year or two ago. So trying to go toward the meta isn't always going to be the solution on your case, which is why we're always having these kind of videos to hopefully help you out. Guys, if you do have any questions, leave that in the comment section. I also Eco will be out next week, and a lot of players are rightfully disappointed with the type of kit that he was given. However, he is looking to be very good. Bro, I believe most people are heavily underestimating what he is capable of. So in today's video, we'll go over Eva's kit, teams, builds, and give an overall analysis on him at the end. Do keep in mind that this is pre-release, so it's possible something will change or something new will be discovered once he's released. With that out of the way, let's get started. So you're probably familiar with the gist of Eva's kit, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, I'll briefly summarize. Eva is a 4-star Anemo Catalyst user. His gameplay primarily focuses on using his skill to fly, similar to Wanderer and Chaska. During his skill, you'll want to hold down the normal attack button to make similar to Wanderer and Chaska. His gameplay primarily focuses on using his skill to fly, similar to Wanderer and Chaska. During his skill, you'll want to hold down the normal attack button to make him automatically shoot enemies with his gun, dealing AoE Nemo damage, and healing the whole team, make him automatically Wanderer and Chaska. During his skill, you'll want to hold down the normal attack button to make him automatically shoot enemies with his gun, dealing AoE Nemo damage, and healing the whole team based on his EM, although the healing is pretty low. Additionally, while Eva is a skill, his Ascension Bar passive will buff the reaction damage bonus for both Swirl and Electrocharged for the entire party. The size of the buff is based off the total amount of maximum points your team has, but it's a pretty strong buff that will allow you to see up to 15,000 Electrocharged parts even on characters who don't feel healed. Then his brush is basically just grouping, but the grouping doesn't seem to be that good, so his brush isn't super important. With Eva's kit explained, let's characters who don't feel healed. Then his brush is basically just grouping, but the grouping doesn't seem to be that good, so his brush isn't super important. Then his brush is basically just grouping, but the grouping doesn't seem to be that good, so his brush isn't super important. With Eva's kit explained, let's now look into his teams. Since he's focused on Swirl and Electrocharge, you'll want both a Hydro and Electro unit. You also want the unit from Natlan for his passive. Using Oraron or Iansan will cover both the Electro and Natlan team slots at the same time. Using one of them is highly recommended. Then a second Electro in the last slot is a good idea, so you'll have much more Electro application, thus more Swirl and Electrocharge damage, on top of the value the second Electro provides with their own kit. Fishchoke is highly recommended for the second Electro, since Eva gets a lot of swirls and a good amount of normal attacks, making him a great driver for Fishchoke. If using Eon's, Fishchoke is high Electrocharge damage, on top of the value the second Electro provides with their own kit. Then a second Electro at Butcher. Eva's kit explained, let's now look into his teams. Since he's focused on Swirl and Electrocharge, you'll want both a Hydro and Electro unit. You also want the unit from Natlan for his passive. Using Oraron or Iansan will cover both the Electro and Natlan team slots at the same time, so using one of them is highly recommended. Then a second Electro in the last slot is a good idea, so you'll have much more Electro application, thus more Swirl and Electrocharge damage, on top of the value the second Electro provides with their own kit. Fish choke is highly recommended for the second electro, since Aoife gets a lot of swirls and a good amount of normal attacks, making him a great driver for Fish choke. If using the Yansan, Fish will also be able to snapshot more buffs. And since Aoife heals, it's natural to default to Farina as the Hydro, so we can do a team of Aoife, Farina, Yansan/Auroran, and Fischl. If you do use Farina, I highly recommend using Aoife on Prototype Amber and a healing bonus circlet to maximize his healing, especially if he isn't C6 yet. But despite using Prototype here, it's just surprisingly strong, calculating over 80,000 DPS. It's higher with the Yansan. That's mainly because I have Fischl on a 5-star weapon and Auroran on a 4-star. They were both on the same rarity of weapon, it would be the same DPS with the Yansan as Auroran. And keep in mind that using the Yansan is trading out Auroran's AoE damage to increase Fischl's single target damage, so Auroran should always be better in AoE. Yansan also has less than half the max 90 points as Auroran, so you'll get less reaction damage bonus with her and lower AoE damage from your swirls and electrocharge, but it's a pretty small difference. Yelan can also be used as the Hydro instead of Farina. Since healing isn't nearly as important without Farina, you should be able to use Hakushin Ring for buffing instead of Prototype, which is surprisingly enough for Yelan to be higher DPS than Farina here. So I'd actually recommend using Yelan unless you have a constellated Farina, then you'll want to use her. Another option is to go double Hydro and use both Farina and Yelan, but double Electro just seems to be better. This Fischl deals very high damage here, and you get much more Electro charge procs with her since you have way more Electro application. Double Hydro should outscale double Electro with enough investment into both Farina and Yelan's constellations, but for the majority of players, double Electro is simply better. One last way Aoife can be used is just using him as a scroll bot with Thrilling Tales in order to buff an on-fielder. The only reason to use him over other scroll holders would be for using it in Nemo DPS like Wanderer and Zhao, since no other character can do this for them. Unfortunately, Aoife provides no buffing from his own Ticketed. You'll have to take longer than desired field times since you have to cast the skill, fly, and use normal weapon for particles and before you can swap. So for Wanderer, this is looking to just be a side break with current best options like Farina and Engine, but it only requires a C0 Aoife and he doesn't need to be built well for it at all. If Aoife actually had buffing in his kit for Wanderer to use in addition to scroll and Thrilling Tales, this could have been a massive buff for him, but sadly it just wasn't meant to be. That's for Zhao. This won't fit into his teams at all. Aoife won't be healing off field, so you won't be able to use Farina. If you try to use both Aoife and Xianyun, there won't be any element for Aoife to swallow and thus he won't get scroll, defeating the entire point. And that covers Aoife's teams, so let's now go over how to build him. For Aoife's artifacts, you should always be using 4-piece BB without question. You might think to use 4-piece Scroll since he's from Natlan, but you'll already have that covered from Auroran or Yansan, so there's no point. And for his main stats on his artifacts, use EM on the Sands and Goblet, either healing bonus or EM on the Circlet. You'll get a lot more healing from a healing Circlet and only lose out on about 800 or so damage from each swirl. So definitely go healing bonus using Farina. If you aren't using Farina and don't feel you need the extra healing, use Elemental Mastery. For Aoife's own personal damage, it's actually more damage to go for an attack damage crit build focusing on his talent damage rather than swirl, but it's not much more damage and you lose out on a lot of healing, so I really recommend just doing the EM build. For the main stats, prioritize Elemental Mastery. You can also focus on crit substance since there's not really anything else to be focusing on, but you won't miss out on much if you don't get many crit rolls. Energy recharge is not needed, as Aoife gets plenty of energy refund from his C1 as well as Auroran if using him, and you also get energy from Hakushin Ring or Prototype Amber no matter what you are using. Plus there's also Electro Resonance which gives you a lot of energy as well. And speaking of his weapons, there's really only 3 worth using: Prototype Amber, Hakushin Ring, and Misuki's weapon, Sun, Morning, Sleeping. Misuki's weapon provides a massive amount of Elemental Mastery. With it, Aoife can be doing over 10,000 damage per swirl, even on the healing bonus circlet. The healing circlet and this weapon, you can heal flat 1000 HP or a normal attack. That should be sufficient healing for Farina, especially if your Farina is C2, since you have a ton of healing bonus from her. If you're using Farina and don't have this weapon, then I'd highly advise using Prototype Amber, especially if your Aoife is not C6. The extra healing from Prototype's passive combined with Aoife's own healing will be plenty enough to offset Farina's HP drain and feel good for Dragon Error.
If you aren't using Drainer and are comfortable with Aether's own healing for sustain, then use Hakushan Ring for the extra buff. Finally, let's go over the importance of Aether's constellations. C1 and C5 aren't important. C4 is okay, it gives you 3 more seconds of uptime on his grouping, which can be nice, but his grouping isn't that good to begin with, so it's not going to make a huge difference. C3 is pretty good, it gives you extra healing since it gives you 3 more talent levels on his skill, which is what the healing scales off of. C2 is fantastic, it basically makes it so that you're always going to be getting 300 reaction damage bonus from his A1 passive, as long as you have another Night Soul bar active. Then C6 is his best constellation, gives you a coordinated attack 50% of the time, basically meaning you're healing by 50% more and you're getting some extra swallows. Now while the C6 is very good for him, if we look at the math, his team is still proper strong even if he's just C2, so I don't recommend spending a bunch of Primal Gems trying to get into C6. Instead, aim for C2, maybe C3 for now, then possibly go for C6 next time he's faithful. Alright, that's all we need to know, so what's the verdict on Nico? Overall, I definitely understand why so many people are disappointed with this kid, I am too. There's a lot of potential for him to be a great support and even some type of off-loop buffer or sub-DPS type of character, being that he would be the only Anemo Scroll user, so he would be a very unique niche. But instead, he fills a role that characters that we just got like Mizuki and Rana can already do, plus Super Suspended Games 1.0 can do as well. However, he is at the very least looking to be far superior to every other Anemo driver option in this role. Even at C2, his team DPS is legitimately pretty good, vastly superior to every other Geyser driver option. And not only is the DPS superior, but he also just way smoother to play, since he has massive range and slides, and he can move around in tight spaces all the time. Even has interruption resistance on his skill, although we haven't seen how good it is. Furthermore, it looks like he should be the complete package for an overall character. He has massive range and AoE to effectively deal with camps of enemies. He has team-wide healing, so you won't need that from anyone else. He has some grouping, and he has fight for traversal. So at the absolute worst case scenario, we should be able to have a lot of fun with him in the overworld, which is where we spend most of our time. So yeah, while Levi is definitely not what most of us wanted, myself included, he is very good for what he is, and you can absolutely get good use out of him if you want. If you like today's video, please be sure to like and subscribe and comment your thoughts below. So feel free to join my Discord, link in the description. Thanks and goodbye.
One spicy dish.
Jules from Newegg. Come take a look.
Hello everyone, Genshin's 5.6 beta cycle has recently begun and Ippo will be the one new 4-star non-line character releasing in patch 5.6. When people initially looked at his first kit, I think a lot of people were a bit disappointed by its design. But is Ippo actually an underwhelming character meta-wise, or is he not as bad as you might think? To answer this question, let's analyze the initial beta kit of Notland's third male character. As always, remember that this is very early information, so very subject to change. Hold on, let me get that.
Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
Speaking of male Notland characters, today I have the privilege of showcasing some of the newest products from Ugreen, the sponsor of this video. They have officially partnered with Genshin Impact to release the Ugreen and Genshin Impact series charging utilities with exclusive limited edition Kanich themed designs. They have graciously sent me their special Kanich themed fast charging adventure kit to test out their 3 main Genshin inspired products, and I am extremely impressed with the quality in terms of both performance and style. First, they have the 20,000 mAh capacity power bank capable of charging your phones, tablets, or laptops with ease with its 100-watt single-port output and 130-watt dual-port output. And with its smart TFT display, you and the Hawk can easily keep track of all the charging and power statuses. Second is the 65-watt Kanich charger. With 3 total outlets, you'll be able to efficiently charge 3 different devices simultaneously. And third, the 15-watt 2-in-1 wireless magnetic charger with Qi 2 certification, great for easily charging your iPhone and AirPods for instance at the same time. Not only do all 3 allow for extremely fast charging, they are all compact and portable so you can easily take them with you while you travel for quick access of power. And for me, as a Genshin fan, the coolest thing is that everything is made to be HD, making it unique from any charger or power bank you can get elsewhere. They're basically like Genshin merch, but with actual practical use cases. If you want to get your own Kenichi Hall themed charging utilities by Ugreen, check out the link in the description and comments to get up to 30% off, as well as the ability to enter Ugreen's massive giveaway. Again, thank you to Ugreen for sponsoring this video, and with that, let's get back into the main video. Aoife is a 4-star Animal Catalyst user with an Elemental Mastery Ascension. His primary role is to be an Animal on-fielder driving transformative reactions, while also providing team heals. If this sounds very familiar, you'd be correct, because this is the exact same role that Mizuki has, who was released not so long ago. The best way to summarize Aoife's kit is that he is Mizuki 2.0, but plays similarly to Wanderer. Aoife's main gameplay centers around his elemental skill. It makes him hover in the air and enters Nightsoul Blessing with 80 Nightsoul points while also enhancing his attacks, just like Wanderer. In this enhanced state, Aoife can either spam normal attacks or hold his normal attack to start shooting with his gun. Currently, spamming normal attack will fire 11 hits while holding normal attack will fire 12 hits. The ICD is every other hit, so every other hit can trigger Swirl. These hits will deal damage and heal the party, and the healing scales off of Aoife's Elemental Mastery. At talent level 9, a 1000 EM Aoife will heal the team about 441 HP per hit. With a total of 12 hits from holding normal attack, Aoife will heal a total of about 5300 HP for the entire team every rotation, which honestly is kinda weak considering he's a veterinarian. In terms of his burst, Aoife simply fires a circular AoE that deals damage and groups enemies for a few seconds. If those enemies were affected by Pyro, Hydro, Electro, or Cryo, then they will be marked and will take additional damage after a few seconds, corresponding to the element they had originally. Aside from his elemental skill, Aoife's A1 passive is a key part of his kit as it buffs reaction damage. When Aoife is in Nightsoul's Blessing, he will buff the reaction damage of both Swirl and Electrocharge for all party members depending on the total amount of Nightsoul points the team currently has. Each Nightsoul point equates to 1 Rescue Essential point, and every 1 Rescue Essential point increases the reaction damage of Swirl and Electrocharge by 1.2%. At C0, you can have a max of 150 Rescue Essential points, which means that the damage of Swirl and Electrocharge can increase by a maximum of 180%. Aoife alone gets a maximum of 80 Nightsoul points from his skill, so he needs another non-mon teammate to help reach the max Swirl and Electrocharge damage buff. But remember, Aoife constantly consumes Nightsoul points while he's on field, so at C0, you won't be able to maintain the max damage bonus to Swirl and Electrocharge, and it will constantly decrease the longer Aoife stays on field. Lastly, his A4 passive simply gives Aoife 80 EM for 10 seconds when Nightsoul Burst is triggered. So overall, his kit is pretty simple. After your support skills, Aoife presses his skill, then holds normal attack until he runs out of Nightsoul points. You can use his burst either before he uses his skill or at the end. As a 4-star, constellations can be very important, so let's go over them. C1 gives Aoife extra energy when he attacks during his enhanced state from his skill, helping his ER requirements. C2 gives quadruple the amount of Rescue Essential points for every Nightsoul point the party has above 60, and it also increases the max Rescue Essential points you can have by 30. This basically means that if Aoife is paired with another non-long character, for example Auroron, he'll be able to maintain a maximum Swirl and Electrocharge damage increase of 216% for the majority of the time that he's on the field. C3 increases his skill talent level by 3, C4 gives his burst 3 additional seconds of grouping, while also giving Aoife 100 EM for 15 seconds after using his burst. C5 increases his burst talent level by 3, and lastly, with C6, when Aoife holds his normal attack to fire shots while in his enhanced state from his skill, each hit has a 50% chance to fire an additional shot that deals 120% of the original damage. Holding normal attack normally allows Aoife to shoot 12 shots, so on average, C6 gives an additional 6 hits. Not only is this extra raw damage, but also extra team healing, as well as extra swirls. In addition, C6 extends the duration of flight for overworld exploration. Overall, it does look like Aoife will greatly depend on his constellations for his performance, specifically C2 so he can properly maintain the buffs for Swirl and Electrocharge, and C6 for the additional damage, extra team healing, and extra swirls. Next, let's go over Aoife's potential build options. Aoife is yet another on-field Anima driver catalyst that scales with the EM, so he's going to build very similarly to a unit like Mizuki. 5-star EM weapons such as Mizuki Signature or Nagita Signature look to be great choices. For 4-star weapons, Wandering Even Star is always solid for the attack buff from its special passive, and Hakushin Rain looks like a great free-to-play option considering Aoife is typically going to play with an Electro character for Electrocharge. If you miss this event weapon, then the Sumeru Craftable Fruit of Fulfillment is a decent free-to-play play option. Lastly, for those of you committed to playing Aoife as a typical crit DPS, any damage-oriented weapon will work, such as Lost Prayers, Wanders, or Risley's signature, or the Witsit. For artifact sets, as an Animo on-fielder that triggers swirls, 4-piece Viridescent Veneer is his most obvious best set for his intended role. Aoife is the first Animo support from Notland, however, which means he can use 4-piece Scroll to uniquely give the full damage bonus to Animo DPSs. But while this can work, it isn't that good for Animo DPSs because it takes him a significant amount of time to go into Nexus Blessing with skill, rock 4-piece Scroll, then plunge out of his hovering state to swap out. So support-wise, Aoife will likely stay on Viridescent Veneer. For main DPS Aoife enjoyers, you can use Obsidian Codex on him as a hyper carry. For artifact stats, Aoife will be built full EM for his primary role as an Animo driver, just like Mizuki and Sucrose. For main DPS Aoife, it's the usual attack Hourglass, Animo damage Goblet, crit Circlet. Lastly, let's discuss Aoife's potential team comps. For those of you really committed to playing Aoife as a typical attack scaling Animo DPS, just like Xiao and Wanderer, you can play him with Faruzan and then with Ben and Yansan, or with the Electrocharge package with Yalana Chengxiu and Oron. These teams are very good, but if you really want to play Aoife like this, the team does function. For support Aoife, you can theoretically play it with an Animo DPS like Wanderer to provide 40% Animo damage from 4-piece Scroll. However, the max damage bonus requires Aoife to be in Nexus Blessing and trigger a reaction. To do this, Aoife has to use his skill to start hovering, trigger Swirl, then he has to hold his skill so he plunges out of the air before he can swap out. This takes up a lot of time, so while Aoife as a 4-piece Scroll buffer for Animo DPSs can work, it's not looking to be better than existing support options. Aoife's main teams will have him play a similar role to units like Sucrose and Mizuki, a full EM Animo on-fielder that drives reactions, specifically Swirl and Electrocharge because he buffs their damage. Since his reaction buff scales off of the team's total Nitsa points, Aoife will be paired with Auroron in all of these teams as he's from Notland and synergizes well with Electrocharge. Then you'll need an off-field Hydro character for Electrocharge such as Farina, Shengqiu, and Yalana. And for the last party slot, you can run a second Hydro unit picking any two from Farina, Yalana, and Shengqiu. You can also use a second off-field Electro character like Fischl, or in scenarios with a lot of enemies, you can use a second Animo character who has off-field capabilities like Venti or Kazuha. And that's everything on Aoife as of now. As of making this video, there isn't that much reliable TC on Aoife, as Escoffier, the 5-star releasing alongside Aoife, is much more interesting in terms of team building and is looking very meta relevant. From the very few caps I've seen, C6 Aoife looks to be comparable to Sucrose as an Animo driver in Taser teams, and he's arguably better than Mizuki in this role damage-wise. So with this perspective, Aoife is actually looking like a good unit in his role as an on-field Animo driver triggering transformative reactions, as he can match and potentially surpass the other Animo units performing the same role in terms of team DPS. However, this evaluation does have several caveats, as Aoife does have some glaring weaknesses. First, Aoife's performance is dependent on constellations like his C2 and C6. Without them, he's not going to be as good as an Animo driver. Second, his teams are largely Swirl and Electrocharge based, and while these teams perform very well in AoE scenarios, they will perform much worse in single target fights, which is common in endgame content like Spiral Abyss. Third, Aoife's team healing is actually pretty weak, which is surprising since he's supposed to be a veterinarian. As an animal healer, you would think that Farina would be by far the best Hydro teammate in his teams. However, Aoife's healing doesn't look to be good enough to proc Farina's overheal passive, resulting in overall low team fanfare, and thus a lower damage bonus buff from Farina. And fourth, when Aoife presses his skill to hover in the air and fire his attacks, there is no mention that he gains any resistance to interruptions in his kit. So he's looking to have the same issue as Wanderer without a shield, where he could easily get knocked by attacks while he's airborne, to the point where you probably want Shengqiu as his Hydro teammate for his resistance to interruption. Lastly, the main thing that makes me feel underwhelmed about Aoife's kit is that he doesn't bring anything special as a new Animo unit. Is he a bad unit? Considering early calcs seem to indicate that he performs similarly to Sucrose and Taser teams as E6, no, Aoife isn't looking to be bad. In fact, he's looking to be a strong choice for these teams. But does Genshin really need another on-field Animo driver? We have Sucrose, Sayu, and Mizuki, who was just released 2 patches ago, and both Heizo and Lan Yan can technically be played in this role as well. On top of that, many of these units are also catalyst users, have team scaling, and can also heal. So Aoife doesn't really bring anything special to the overall meta. It just feels like a missed opportunity since Aoife is the first Animo support from Notland, so he could have leaned towards being a strong with floppy scroll support for NO DPSs. But of course, this is just his initial beta kit, so anything can change in the upcoming weeks. I hope this initial overview and analysis on Aoife's kit was helpful to you all. I will continue to analyze any significant beta changes made to Aoife, so if you want to keep track of the beta changes, I highly recommend subbing to the channel to keep up to date with the latest beta news with TC influence analysis. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment or like the video if you enjoyed. And with that, I hope you all have a wonderful day. Hello everyone! Finally, after 5 not long patches, the original poster child of the region, Ian-san, will be releasing as the newest 4-star character in Genshin patch 5.5. Although her rarity may not be completely fitting as one of the heroes of Natlan, Ian-san's actual kit strength more than makes up for it, as she's looking to be one of the strongest supports in the game. She is the first character that can act as a suitable alternative to Bennett, who's arguably the best support in the entire game's history. And although Ian-san has her own set of limitations, in the right scenario, she can actually be better than Bennett. To understand when and how Ian-san can be so powerful, in this comprehensive guide, I will be explaining how Ian-san works, the best ways to build her, her potential best teams, and analyzing her place in the meta in terms of overall strength and pull value. Pretty much everything you need to know with simple and practical explanations, while also giving more detailed analysis that is backed by TC, including plenty of pre-release cuts on Ian-san. Ian-san is a 4-star Electropolem user that ascends with attack, sporting the second highest base attack out of all current 4-stars. She is designed to be an off-field Electro support whose main role in teams is to massively buff your active character's damage with primarily attack buffs, just like Bennett, but without being confined to a circle. However, while Bennett limits you to stay within the circle for his buff, Ian-san wants the exact opposite to maximize her buff: movement. Playing Ian-san in combat is very simple, but the way her buff actually works has a lot more depth. First is her elemental skill. When sprinting after using the skill, Ian-san starts running super fast, perfect for exploration. But when her skill is used normally, Ian-san dashes toward an enemy to deal damage, generates 4 electro particles, and enters Night Soul's Blessing with the max amount of Night Soul points she can hold, 54. Then, if Ian-san normal attacks within 5 seconds, she will stomp on the ground, dealing AoE electro damage. This will be important for activating her B1 passive, which I will discuss later. Next is Ian-san's Elemental Burst, the main part of her kit. When used, Ian-san deals AoE electro damage, restores 15 Night Soul points, enters Night Soul's Blessing if she wasn't in already, and spawns a kinetic energy scale that allows Ian-san to stay in Night Soul's Blessing while off field, and it follows the active character for 12 seconds. This kinetic energy scale grants an attack buff to the active character, which scales off of Ian-san's own attack. At talent level 10, Ian-san's burst can give a maximum of 690 attack. With Constellations, a talent level 13 burst can give a maximum of 810 attack. However, how much attack is given depends on the amount of Night Soul points Ian-san has. If Ian-san has greater than or equal to 42 Night Soul points, the attack buff will always be 27% of Ian-san's total attack up to the cap. However, if she has less than 42 Night Soul points, then the attack scaling will decrease based on how many Night Soul points she has. For example, assuming talent level 10 burst and Ian-san having 3000 attack, if Ian-san has more than 42 Night Soul points, she gives the full 690 attack because 27% of 3000 is a 10, which is above the max attack buff she can give of 690. If she has 40 Night Soul points, Ian-san will give 600 attack, and if she has 30 Night Soul points, Ian-san will give 450 attack. Ian-san consumes 6 Night Soul points every second, but her skill only gives 54 and her burst generates 15. Luckily, there are 2 other ways for Ian-san to gain more Night Soul points to maximize her attack buff. First, while Ian-san's burst is active, it will track how much distance your active character has moved and will restore Night Soul points to Ian-san based on how much movement there was every second. Character movement is the primary source of Night Soul point generation for Ian-san. Any distance-based movement of the actual character model will count, including dashes, jumps, and plunges, and even smaller things like burst animation. To be more exact, Ian-san will restore 0.67 Night Soul points for every 1 meter of distance moved. While you can use this to count Night Soul point generation for each character, the simple and safe TLDR and assumption is that if a character moves a lot normally in combat, Ian-san's attack buff will be better for them. The second way that Ian-san generates Night Soul points is with her A1 passive. Remember that this passive is activated easily when Ian-san normal attacks within 5 seconds after using her elemental skills. With her A1, Ian-san will gain its effect called Precise Movement for 15 seconds. During this effect, Ian-san gains 20% attack and will gain 1 additional Night Soul point every second as long as she's restoring Night Soul points via movement. If the on-field character is a non-lone character who can consume and restore Night Soul points themselves, then Ian-san will restore 3 extra Nightfall points every 2.8 seconds. To greatly simplify the explanation of this passive, while Eon's burst is active, she will restore 1 additional Nightfall point every second. If your main DPS is an online character, then she'll restore 2 additional Nightfall points every second. That's everything about Eon's main buff to the team. But her A4 passive does give her another small way of supporting the team. After Nightfall burst is triggered, Eonsun gains the warming up effect for 10 seconds. During this time, if Eonsun restores any Nightfall points, she will heal the active character based on her attack every 2.8 seconds. Assuming 3000 attack, Eonsun heals 1800 HP about every 3 seconds. Considering a fully invested Bennett can heal about 5k HP or more every second, while this healing is interesting, it's not very good nor is it extremely relevant. Lastly, like all Notline characters, Eonsun has the typical Nightfall transmission and exploration passive.
Like an animal
As a 4-star, Eonsun has some important constellations that make her buff even stronger. C1 effectively reduces Eonsun's burst cost by 15, which greatly reduces her ER requirements. C2 allows Eonsun to skip the required normal attack after using a skill to activate her E1 passive. In addition, with C2, Eonsun's burst will give an additional 30% attack to the active character. C3 increases her skeleton level by 3. C4 gives Eonsun 4 additional Nightfall points when another character uses their elemental burst while Eonsun's burst is active, restoring up to a max of 8 Nightfall points. Also, if Eonsun were to gain any Nightfall points over her cap of 54, C4 allows half of those points to be restored the next time she regenerates Nightfall points through her movement. This primarily helps with making sure that you don't lose Eonsun's buff at the start of a rotation while you're just standing still and using everyone's burst. C5 increases her burst time level by 3, and lastly, C6 increases her burst duration by 3 seconds. And anytime Eonsun restores Nightfall points and it overflows her cap of 54, then the active character will gain 25% damage bonus for 3 seconds. Because C6 requires a lot of Nightfall point generation, this constellation will only be active for characters that move a lot normally in combat. C0 Eonsun is still a good support, but she does gain a significant amount from her constellations. The most important ones are C1 to reduce her energy requirements, C2 for the additional attack buff, and C6 for the additional damage bonus buff for units that move a lot. On average, C2 Eonsun results in about a 5% team DPS increase from C0, and C6 results in about a 10% team DPS increase from C2, assuming the team can utilize C6. For reference, C6 Shabras, which is an extremely strong and important constellation for her, is about a 10% increase from C0. Thus, in order to unlock the full potential of Eonsun's buffing capabilities, getting her constellations is highly recommended to improve her overall performance. And that's all the details about Eonsun's kit. In summary, Eonsun gives up to 690 attack at max talent level or up to 810 attack at max talent level with C5, 30% attack from C2, 25% damage bonus from C6, 40% more damage bonus from 4-piece scroll or 20% attack from 4-piece noblesse, and a small amount of healing with her E4. This is a lot of strong buffs, but keep in mind that only teams that move around a lot can actually access all of them with consistent uptime. For teams that don't move a ton, you'll lose the damage bonus from C6 and will likely receive a lower attack buff from her burst. But even with these lower mobility teams, Eonsun still gives some solid buffs to them. Eonsun's actual gameplay just consists of using skill, normal attack, burst, then swapping out, where you can ignore the normal attack with C2. And all you need to do is level her burst, as it will increase the max amount of attack Eonsun can buff for the active character. Now, let's go over Eonsun's best build options. The main stats that Eonsun wants is attack to increase her attack buff, and energy recharge so she can burst every rotation. So some solid 5-star weapon stat sticks you can use are Engulfing Lightning, Calamity Queller, and Skyward Spine, purely for the attack or ER. For 4-star weapons, the free-to-play polearm from the 5.4 event is a great option for the additional attack in ER. But Eonsun's general best weapon choice would just be Favonius Lance. High base attack for a 4-star weapon and ER subset are great, and while it doesn't give as much raw attack or ER as the 5-star weapon options, the extra particles that Favonius Lance generates is amazing for team energy. For artifacts, like all Notland supports, her best set will be 4-piece scroll. The 2-piece helps with Eonsun's energy requirements, and the damage bonus from the 4-piece is extremely strong. In most cases, Eonsun will use this set, but in the few scenarios where you already have a better holder of 4-piece scroll on the team, then Eonsun can run 4-piece noblesse for an extra attack buff. For artifact stats, go attack or ER hourglass, attack goblet, and attack circlet or crit recirclet for Favonius Lance. For substats, prioritize ER until you have enough, attack percent, then crit rate if you're running Favonius Lance. In terms of energy requirements, it heavily depends on if you're using Fav Lance, if you're running 2 Electro units, and especially if you have C1 or not. The ER ranges I have listed should be sufficient enough, but I do recommend building even more ER as much as you can while making sure you have enough attack on Eonsun. So how much attack does she actually need? With talent level 10 burst, Eonsun will need at least 2,556 attack Cloran to share her maximum attack buff. At talent level 13 or C5, Eonsun needs at least 3000 attack. Keep in mind that Eonsun gets in-combat attack from her A1 passive and can get additional attack from her teammates. But don't be afraid to build more than these minimum requirements, as in teams that don't move around a lot and can't consistently maintain above 42 Nitso points for Eonsun's maximum attack buff, more attack on Eonsun will give more attack for those teams. Lastly, let's go over Eonsun's best team comps. Since Eonsun mainly buffs attack, she fulfills a very similar support role to Bennett in teams. And while there are teams that can definitely use both of them together for an extremely strong attack buffing duo, in a lot of scenarios you'll be using one or the other. However, Eonsun has some limitations. First, Eonsun's little electro application can interfere with some team setups. For example, in Diluc and Gaming Vapor Belt Punch teams, Bennett helps in enabling Pyro VV with Xianyun for an additional buff. With Eonsun, this isn't really possible, though she can serve as a Xianyun replacement for Gaming specifically in AoE scenarios. Second, and more importantly, Eonsun wants a lot of movement from DPSs to maximize her buff, as she drains a lot of Nitso points every second. Since most carries don't move that much in combat to generate enough Nitso points to maintain the max attack buff from Eonsun's burst, this limitation makes her less effective as a universal buffer than Bennett. But even though most units will likely maintain less than 42 Nitso points and receive a lower attack buff from Eonsun, the attack buff is still nothing to scoff at, and Eonsun still gives other buffs like 30% attack from C2 and 40% damage bonus if she procs 4P scroll. Thus, for most units that don't move around much, although Bennett is technically a better buffer for them, Eonsun is still a viable alternative while bringing the quality of life of not being confined to a circle. For main DPSs that do move a significant amount in their kit, Eonsun will be much more effective as a buffer. First, Cloran can utilize Eonsun well in Shepherd's Overload teams as she performs multiple dash attacks in a rotation. However, Cloran does need to stay still and normal attack 3 times before dashing, and based on pre-release footage, while Cloran does move enough to maintain Eonsun's max attack buff, she doesn't generate enough Nitso points to maintain Eonsun's C6. Also, Cloran's A1 passive makes it so that she doesn't gain as much damage from attack buffs compared to other attack scaling DPSs. Thus, while Eonsun is definitely good with Cloran, she isn't that big of an upgrade over other electro supports like Auroron or Rosara. Next, Xiao works well with Eonsun as he constantly moves up and down when he plunges, allowing him to constantly maintain Eonsun's max attack buff and C6. Without the Bennett circle, Xiao doesn't have to worry about losing damage buffs if enemies are knocked away from him. However, due to how Animo reactions work, Eonsun cannot trigger 4P scroll to grant 40% Animo damage bonus to Xiao. Because of this, Eonsun is looking to be about equal to Farina in her slot. Non-long DPSs are looking to gain the most benefit from Eonsun as they are mobile and generate a little extra Nitso points for Eonsun with her E1 passive, allowing them all to maintain Eonsun's max attack buff and her C6 buff. Knight teams are looking to get significantly buffed by using Eonsun instead of Bennett. Not only does Knight move around a lot when he swings around enemies, but Eonsun being Electro and holding 4P scroll means you can consistently trigger the damage buff for Knight every rotation by triggering Aggravate, ignoring the issue that Pyro scroll holders had in reactivating 4P scroll with a persisting burning aura. Chaska teams are also looking to get buffed by Eonsun, as when Chaska goes up into the air and starts loading her bullets, she's constantly able to move around. Along with all the buffs Eonsun brings, removing the circle restriction will make playing Chaska much more comfortable. Malrika, the current best DPS in the game, is also getting buffed with Eonsun's release. First, Eonsun increases the damage on Malrika's Shepherd's Overload teams. Based on pre-release team DPS calcs done by HyperWebster, Eonsun is looking to be a strict damage upgrade over Bennett, and this is the case if you use any off-field electro support like Auroron, Yai, or Fischl. And second, even Malrika's Melt teams are getting buffed with Eonsun. You can use Eonsun alongside Sitlali and Shilonen instead of Bennett or Sucrose for a solid team, but what looks even stronger on paper is replacing Shilonen with Eonsun and running her and Bennett together to buff Malrika. Based on HyperWebster's calcs, the Eonsun-Bennett duo is extremely strong, making Malrika's current best Melt team deal even more damage, which is crazy. One important thing to note is that because Eonsun and Bennett give so much attack, it does make weapons that give attack comparatively a bit worse for Malrika. For instance, instead of Malrika's signature being 21% better than Serpent Spine, with Eonsun and Bennett, her signature becomes 16% better. Lastly, Veressa, the newest 5-star releasing alongside Eonsun in Patch 5.5, perfectly synergizes with Eonsun with her constant dashes and plunges. In all of Veressa's teams, such as Shepherd's Overload, Plunge with Shen or Aggravate, Eonsun is the best electro support choice. Here are some pre-release team DPS costs on a wide variety of Veressa teams done by HyperWebster. Feel free to pause to get a closer look at the different teams on paper performance and any extra details on accounts. To conclude this Eonsun guide, I wanted to share my analysis on her place in the meta in terms of overall strength and pull value. Overall, Eonsun is looking like a very strong support, especially with characters with with high mobility and can take full advantage of her buffs. At peak potential, Eonsun gives up to 690 attack at max talent level, or up to 810 attack at max talent level with C5, 30% attack from C2, 25% damage bonus from C6, 40% more damage bonus with 4-piece scroll, or 20% attack with 4-piece noblesse, and a small amount of healing with her A4. In comparison with the two other attack buffers in the game, C6 Sara gives 700 to 800 attack depending on the base attack of her weapon, 60% crit damage to electro damage with C6, and 20% attack from noblesse. If Eonsun has proper uptime on her buffs, she's generally a better buffer than Sara as she has a much longer duration on them. C6 Bennett gives 1000 to 1200 attack depending on the base attack of his weapon, 20% attack from 4-piece noblesse, 25% more attack with pyro resonance, 50% pyro damage bonus with C6, and a large amount of healing for the active character. Assuming Eonsun has uptime on her buffs, C0 Eonsun will be a bit behind Bennett buff-wise, C2 Eonsun is comparable to Bennett, and a C6 Eonsun with all her buffs active will give more buffs than Bennett without being limited to a circle. But while Eonsun can actually be better than Bennett, which sounds unheard of, there are big caveats to her strength. First, while damage buff-wise Eonsun can compete, one big strength of Bennett is his incredible healing with his burst, allowing him to be the solo sustain for any team. While Eonsun does have some healing from her A4 passive, it's pretty weak, so you may have survivability issues if you choose to use Eonsun over Bennett without any other sources of healing on the team. Second, Eonsun is a more constellation-dependent character. In comparison to Bennett, who really only wants C1, Eonsun also wants C1 to reduce her ER requirements, C2 for an additional attack buff, and C6 for an additional damage bonus buff for teams that can activate it. Eonsun is still a fine support at C0, but her teams do gain a significant damage increase with her constellations. And as a new 4-star character, many people won't have many of her constellations, especially if they aren't interested in pulling a lot for Maressa or Shen Yun. Third, and Eonsun's biggest limitation is the movement requirement to fully access her buffs. While it may be annoying to stay within Bennett's circle to maintain his attack buff and healing, this circle requirement is much easier for every character to meet, and they will all get the entire buff. In contrast, Eonsun's buff requires a lot of movement for maximum effectiveness as she drains a lot of nitro points every second. While this may change in actual gameplay with our current assumptions, the reality is that most characters in the game don't move enough in combat to allow Eonsun to even maintain over 42 nitro points for her max attack buff. If I were to rank Eonsun's best teammates in a tier list, then she's looking to be really only comparable or better to other supports for 7 main DPSs who have high mobility. And she's looking to be a clear upgrade for only 4 main DPSs who are all from Natlan, which seems to be the story for all Natlan characters. In most teams, Eonsun isn't looking to be better than Bennett from a pure buffing and true damage perspective. However, even if Eonsun isn't a better buffer than Bennett for most DPSs on paper, she's still a decent and viable alternative to Bennett in most teams. For example, even though DPSs like Arlecchino and Raiden aren't looking to move enough to allow them to get the max attack buff from Eonsun, they will still get a portion of her attack buff. Even when Eonsun drops below 42 nitro points, her attack buff is not that insignificant, and if you can average about 30 nitro points, you can still get about 50 to 70% of the max attack buff. And these units can still take full advantage of 4-piece scroll and C2, while gaining the quality of life by not being restricted to a circle from using Bennett. So while Eonsun can only be considered Bennett power creep for a few carries, in most cases, Eonsun is still a viable Bennett alternative, and this is where Eonsun's biggest strength and value lies. For the entirety of Genshin's existence, almost every single attack scaling DPS in the game has been reliant on Bennett's attack buff to deal a lot of damage. Without his buff, many attack scaling carries deal significantly lower damage. This created a team building issue, as with only one Bennett and Sparrow list requiring 2 teams, you either had to accept a damage loss from not using Bennett on one team, or you use a team that doesn't want Bennett like HP scalers or Dendro teams. But Eonsun's release will open up team building choices and increase flexibility, as effectively a second version of Bennett. If you want to run 2 attack scaling team comps, now you can run Bennett on one side and Eonsun on the other. And of course, you don't have to choose one or the other, as you can pair both Eonsun and Bennett together for a strong attack buffing duo. So while Eonsun does have her limitations that don't make her as effective of a universal support as Bennett, she's still a good alternative. And in teams with high mobility, she can be even better than him. And considering that Bennett can be viewed as the best support in the game for the entirety of Genshin's existence, Eonsun being at least a suitable alternative in most cases, while in some cases can be even stronger, makes Eonsun a very powerful and valuable support in the meta. And that's everything I wanted to cover about Eonsun. Big thanks to HyperWebster for all the calcs shown in this video. He does some amazing TC work. I hope this guide and analysis was helpful to you all in giving you a better understanding of everything related to Eonsun. Just clicking and watching the video helps the channel out immensely, and if you want to show even more support, consider liking or sharing the video, or click the subscribe button for more Genshin analysis and guide videos videos in the future. Leave any questions in the comments, and for all of you planning on wishing, I wish you all the best of luck on your awesome pools. Hello everyone, Mawika, the Pyro Archon, is finally releasing in Genshin Patch 5.3. As an Archon, the vast majority of people have high standards for Mawika's kit, expecting her to be very powerful and be impactful in the meta like the Archons before her. And despite some community concerns and criticisms during her beta, which will likely still exist after her release, Mawika is looking to meet these Archon expectations as an extremely strong DPS and support. With such an important and unique character coming out, I wanted to sum up all the updated information you need to know about Mawika into one final guide. I'll be explaining how Mawika works, the best ways to build her potential best teams, and analyzing her place in the meta in terms of overall strength and pull value. Pretty much everything you need to know with simple and practical explanations, while also giving more detailed analysis that is backed by TC. As this time around, I will be showcasing talks from multiple theory crafters that demonstrate Mawika's strength. Mawika is a 5-star Pyro Claymore user that ascends with crit damage. Notably, Mawika is going to have the highest base attack in the game with 359. As the Archon of Notland, her kit heavily plays around the Night Soul mechanic and synergizes well with other Notland units. Mawika has 2 known roles. She can be played as either an off-field support doing damage, providing buffs, and applying pyro, or as an on-field pyro main DPS that deals a lot of damage. And in both cases, Mawika is looking to perform very well. Mawika's 2 forms are outlined in her elemental skill, which has a 15-second cooldown and can be activated either by pressing or holding the skill. In both cases, when the skill is activated, Mawika deals damage, generates 5 particles, and enters Night Soul's Blessing with 80 Night Soul points, which will slowly be consumed during the duration of her skill. If you press the skill to activate it, Mawika spawns a ring that follows the active character. This ring will target a nearby enemy and hit all enemies within a range every 2 seconds, so it has a relatively big AoE. These hits don't have any elemental ICD, so she applies off-field pyro every 2 seconds. At C0, this turret lasts up to 12 seconds, hitting a total of 6 times. This serves as Mawika's off-field pyro damage and application. If you hold Mawika's skill to use it instead, however, she hops on her motorcycle. Exploration-wise, while on her motorcycle, not only can Mawika drive on land, but she can drive on water, up walls, and even fly like Molani, Shiloden, and Chaska. Combat-wise, while on her motorcycle, Mawika's normal charged and sundry attacks are enhanced. Even a dash will deal damage during this state. This serves as Mawika's main DPS playstyle. While in either form, you can press skill again to swap between the two. Or if you swap to another character while Mawika is in her on-field motorcycle form, it will automatically swap to her off-field form. Next, Mawika's Elemental Burst, which is a very important part of her kit. It has an 18-second cooldown, but for the first time in Genshin, Burst isn't charged via normal energy. Instead, just like how Acheron and Fei Xiao charge their ultimates differently in Honkai Star Rail, Mawika charges her Elemental Burst with a unique resource called Fighting Spirit. Fighting Spirit can be obtained in 2 ways. First, whenever Night Soul points are consumed by any party member, they get converted into Fighting Spirit in a 1-to-1 ratio. Second, every normal attack from the party that hits an enemy gives 1.5 Fighting Spirit. Mawika needs a minimum of 100 Fighting Spirit to use her burst, but she can hold up to 200. The more Fighting Spirit Mawika has, the stronger the burst. Once the burst is used, Mawika consumes all of her Fighting Spirit, gains 10 Night Soul points, deals a huge nuke of AoE damage, which increases based on the amount of Fighting Spirit consumed, and she gets on the motorcycle, entering Crucible of Life and Death for 7 seconds. This is a special state that gives Mawika resistance to interruption, enhances the damage of all her on-field motorcycle attacks based on the amount of Fighting Spirit that was consumed, and pauses Mawika's Night Soul consumption, allowing her on-field motorcycle attacks to not consume any Night Soul points for 7 seconds. In addition, with her A4 passive, using Mawika's burst will give a decaying damage bonus buff for 20 seconds to the active character, depending on how much Fighting Spirit was consumed when using her burst. At max Fighting Spirit, this is a 40% damage bonus to the active character that slowly decays. Because Mawika's burst does a huge nuke of damage, enhances her on-field damage, and gives a damage buff with her A4 passive, it is very important to have enough Fighting Spirit to not only use the burst, but to also use it with as much stacks as possible to gain its maximum damage buffs. With the max of 200 Fighting Spirit, Mawika's burst reaches a near 1400 motion value. Each of her normal and charged attacks gain about 100 and 200 motion value, respectively, and the on-field character gains a decaying 40% damage bonus buff. Thus, getting a lot of Fighting Spirit stacks before using Mawika's burst will be very important, and the best way to do so is through the consumption of Night Soul points. So, Mawika really likes being played with other Notline characters. For Mawika's remaining passive talents, her A1 gives her 30% attack for 10 seconds whenever Night Soul Burst is triggered. And lastly, her exploration passives are the typical Night Soul transmission stuff, on top of reducing the cooldown of Night Soul transmission by 20%. That's everything on Mawika's base kit. In terms of talent leveling priority for both off-field support and on-field DPS Malika, you'll want to level both the skill and burst eventually, but prioritize leveling her burst first. This is because not only does the burst buff the multipliers of her on-field motorcycle attacks, but also the burst nuke of damage makes up a large part of Malika's damage profile for both of her playstyles, especially when reactive. As for how to properly play Malika, her specific rotations can vary depending on the team. This is because setting up the proper reactions for Malika is important whether as a main DPS or support. There will be some optimized rotations shown in the team section, but for a simplified general gameplay rotation, there are two main ones. First is setting up your support skills, then switching to Malika, bursting, pressing skill to max out her nitro points and switch to her off-field form, then swapping to your main DPS. Off-field support Malika will generally use this rotation. The second rotation version is starting with Malika's skill first, then setting up your support skills, then swapping back to Malika to use her burst and perform her on-field motorcycle attacks. You can spam normal attacks, especially if you're using supports like Milan, but her best combo on paper is 8 charged attacks with her final slash. If she still has time remaining in her motorcycle form, you can fit in some normal attacks before it ends, where you can then move back to the beginning of your rotation. Main DPS Malika will generally use this rotation. However, in some cases, you can use this rotation for a support Malika. In this scenario, you wouldn't on-field Malika after using her burst, but swap to your main DPS instead. Next, let's cover Malika's constellations. C1 increases Malika's maximum nitro points to 120, allows Fighting Spirit to be generated more quickly, and gives her 40% attack for 8 seconds after gaining Fighting Spirit. The attack buff is nice, and the increased Fighting Spirit generation is especially impactful for teams that don't normally generate the near max 200 Fighting Spirit. In addition, increasing Malika's maximum nitro points increases the amount of time she can on-field, as well as increasing her potential off-field pyro uptime from 12 seconds at Z0 to 18 seconds with C1. With Malika's skill having a 15-second cooldown, C1 gives her off-field pyro application full uptime. However, this isn't necessarily a good thing. For instance, imagine a team with Wriothesley, Malika, and Shilonin. You can easily get a Cryo Crystallize with Shilonin on the first rotation to buff Wriothesley with 4-piece scroll, then use Malika's skill to enable melts for Wriothesley. However, if Malika's off-field pyro was permanently going and continuing to the next rotation, it would be impossible for Shilonin to proc another Cryo Crystallize to reactivate 4-piece scroll for Wriothesley. Thus, Malika's skill not having full uptime at C0 is actually a good thing because it allows proper buff setup and uptime for rotations past the first. As a result, there are some cases where Malika's C1 messes up certain setups. This isn't too much of a big deal as it can be played around, but I just wanted to mention this to emphasize that Malika doesn't need full uptime on her off-field pyro. With Malika's C2, when she's in Nicel's Blessing, her base attack increases by 200, her off-field form decreases nearby enemies' defenses by 20%, and her normal and charged on-field motorcycle attacks and her burst casts deal more damage. An extremely strong constellation that gives her a lot of damage. C3 increases her burst talent level by 3, C4 gives her A4 damage bonus buff to the active character an additional 10% and makes it no longer decay over time. So with C4, her A4 damage buff is a flat 50%. C5 increases her skill talent level by 3, and lastly C6 gives both her off-field and on-field forms additional hits of damage, as well as making Malika's 20% Death Shred work on their own on-field damage. Keep in mind that these extra hits don't give Malika additional pyro application. Additionally, with C6, her exploration movement gets both enhanced and an increased duration. Overall, C2 is the main attraction for people who want to invest more into Malika. Here is a constellation comparison done by theory crafter HyperWebster for both Malika using Serpent Spine and her signature weapon. As you can see, in terms of early constellations, C2 will provide the biggest damage gain. C1 is a decent damage boost, but it could be more or less depending on the team, so if you aren't planning on getting C2, in my opinion, you would be better off using those pulls for her signature weapon instead. Speaking of her signature, here are the best builds for Malika. Weapon choices are generally the same for both on-field and off-field playstyles. Malika's signature is her player best in slot that gives her a ton of damage stats. It has very high base attack, crit rate substat, and the TLDR of the special passive is that it gives Malika 35% crit damage and 49% attack after she uses her elemental skill or burst. Other 5-star weapons you can use as stat sticks include Beacon, Kinetic Signature, Verdict, and Wolf's Gravestone. For 4-star weapons, as always for Claymore DPSs, Serpent Spine is the best choice assuming you can maintain full stacks. Otherwise, the other Battle Pass Claymore, Talking Stick, is a good option, as well as Aquamaru for its burst damage buff. For free-to-play options, the Fontaine Craftable Kaido Shadow Cryo is a good option assuming she gets healed. Typically, Malika teams will have a healer. Another good option is the Melusine Flamethrower. Despite it having a useless ER main stat, it's still pretty good because of the attack percent that the passive gives. Mailed Flower is another free-to-play weapon that performs similarly. Now you may see other content creators say that this will be your clear best free-to-play weapon for reaction teams, as on paper, this weapon seems really good because it has an EM substat and it gives additional attack and EM after Malika's elemental skill hits an enemy or she triggers a reaction. The problem with Mailed Flower is that 1, it doesn't proc while Malika is off field, and 2, in almost all of Malika's main DPS rotations, she uses her skill first, then the support set up their skills, then Malika uses her burst. By this time, Mailed Flower's passive is no longer active, so it doesn't buff Malika's nuke of damage from her burst. But while Mailed Flower isn't her clear best free-to-play option, it's still really good. Lastly, if you don't have anything else, you could use the Not Long Craftable Claymore. However, because the majority of Malika's damage is not elemental skill damage, this weapon's special passive is not that good, so I would recommend using another weapon. I didn't mention every single weapon you can use, only the ones I thought were notable, so here is a complete weapon comparison made by HyperWebster for Malika in their best melt team. Pause if you want to find the performance for a particular weapon. In terms of artifacts, for main DPS Malika, you can use Marachisi Hunter if you're playing Malika with Farina, but her best general set you should use is Obsidian Codex. One flaw that Obsidian Codex has is that its 4-piece set requires Night Soul point consumption, but Malika's on-field motorcycle attacks after using her burst don't consume Night Soul points for 7 seconds. Fortunately, as long as you have Malika's skill active for her off-field damage before swapping into her, bursting and on-fielding her, most of her attacks will still be buffed by the 4-piece set. For off-field support Malika, 4-piece scroll is an obvious good choice. She doesn't benefit from the 2-piece, but the 4-piece team damage buff is always strong. There will be cases, however, where Malika is in a team where another character can utilize 4-piece scroll better than her. In these scenarios, the best artifact choice for off-field Malika will just be 4-piece Obsidian Codex. One major way that Malika supports a team is providing a large amount of damage from her burst, so buffing the damage with 4-piece Codex will be the best option if you have another scroll user on the team. Based on an artifact comparison done by HyperWebster, it is clear that Obsidian Codex is her best set for damage. Do keep in mind that for off-field support Malika, if you need a 4-piece scroll user on the team, it will be Malika's best set. For artifact stats, go for EM or Attack Hourglass, Pyro Gauntlet, and Crit Circlet. EM Hourglass will be better for reaction teams like Vapor Melt because Malika has little sources of EM. Attack Hourglass is still good, especially in non-reaction teams, so just choose the one you have better substats for. In terms of substat priority, look for Crit, then EM for reaction teams, then attack percent. Remember that Malika uses Fighting Spirit instead of normal energy to charge the burst, so energy recharge is a completely useless stat on her. Finally, let's go over Malika's best team comps. First, main DPS Malika teams. Because Malika's burst initial hit has such a high multiplier, she performs especially well in reaction-based teams like Bait and Melt that can multiply her damage. And since her burst is a significant portion of her damage and buffs her on-field attacks, Malika's teams need to generate Fighting Spirit, and the most efficient way to do so is through Night Soul point consumption. Malika herself can produce up to 90 Fighting Spirit a rotation, as her skill gives 80 Night Soul points assuming she's at 0, and her burst gives 10. But to maximize her burst damage and buffs, you'll want to pair Malika with Not Long teammates to help generate Fighting Spirit. And there are 2 Not Long characters who are Malika's best teammates by far. The first is Sitlali. Not only does she provide off-field cryo to allow Malika to melt her attacks, but she also buffs her damage with her Pyro Red Shred, TTDS, and is the best 4-piece scroll holder for her, along with providing a small shield. Although Sitlali alone is theoretically able to allow Malika to melt her burst and 4 of her charge attacks, the timing for this to happen is ping dependent, precise, and unrealistic. So in general, solo Sitlali will only allow Malika to melt her burst and 2 of her charged attacks. But despite this, Sitlali is one of Malika's best teammates and will be a must if you want to play Malika's strong melt teams. The second Not Long teammate that synergizes well with Malika is Shilonin. I think everyone already knows how good Shilonin is with her restaurant. She's also a 4-piece scroll holder, but if someone like Sitlali is on the team who holds scroll better, Shilonin can use Arcade Petra to bring more buffs. However, one of the biggest benefits of Shilonin is her Night Soul point generation. Most Not Long characters require an entire rotation to occur in order to consume their Night Soul points. With Shilonin's kit, however, she instantly generates and consumes 90 Night Soul points instantly when she presses skill and 2 normal attacks to activate her Res Shred. If you use her burst in between, she consumes close to 100. This front-loading of Fighting Spirit generation makes it very easy to charge Malika's burst, and combined with the Res Shred, Shilonin is the best best general Notland teammate for Malwika that works in a lot of teams. You don't need both Sitlali and Xilonen for Malwika to be an amazing DPS. Generally, to access her best teams, you will just need one or the other. Malwika's best
things
team
in
on
life
paper
aren't
though
one and
does
done.
run both
Soon as you're
Sitlali
rested up,
and Xilonen
let's make a
alongside
move.
Bennett for his attack buff. This melt team is literally just putting some of the best buffers in the game for Malwika, and the result is the new highest damaging team on paper. Now, if you don't want to use Bennett with the Sitlali Xilonen core, you can replace him with an animal support like Sucrose or a second cryo off-fielder like Rosaria or Kaya. Because Malwika has little sources of EM, Sucrose is generally better than Kazuha, though Kazuha can still be used. Running double cryo does make Malwika melting 4 charge attacks more achievable. However, you do lose out on buffs and have to deal with other issues such as Rosaria's circle or Kaya's low range. If you don't have Xilonen but are planning to have Sitlali, you can replace Xilonen with the animal support or second cryo slot, and you'll still have a strong melt team enabled by Sitlali. Now, if you have Xilonen but don't plan on putting Sitlali, her melt teams won't be as good. Sitlali's best replacement, however, is Farina. Paired with Xilonen and Bennett, this is Malwika's best vape team on paper. Running double Hydro instead of Bennett is also an option. Just remember to spam normal attacks on Malwika and not her charge attacks when using a support like Milan. Malwika can even work decently in a non-reaction team like Monopyro by brute forcing with raw damage, though these teams will generally be worse than reaction-based teams. Now, the biggest concern for Malwika's main DPS teams is if you don't have Xilonen or Sitlali. The reality is that if you don't have either of these characters, you cannot access most of Malwika's best teams and her team building will be much more limited. However, she does have some options. You could just force a plunge bait team with Shen Yun and Farina and bursting every other rotation with Malwika. However, the best looking option on paper is a Shevers Overload team with Auroron. Because Malwika deals Nexo aligned damage, she can activate Auroron's off-field damage herself without needing Electrocharge. Though Auroron doesn't consume as much Nexo points as Sitlali or Xilonen, you still get a good amount of fighting spirit with him and Malwika. And with Auroron being the only Electro character on the team, he has sole Overload ownership, making full EM Auroron potentially better than his normal crit build. Now, other than that, your only other options are using Kachina instead of Xilonen or Pyro MC instead of Bennett, as they both are free. Obviously, if you have to do this, Malwika's teams will drop in performance compared to her better options. But since Malwika's numbers are so high since she's a newly released character, even with her less optimal team, she should still be enough to clear Abyss. To wrap this up, here are some extensive Malwika main DPS team calculations done by HyperWebster. Most of the teams I highlighted are calced here, along with detailing the specific builds, rotations, and assumptions used. Huge thanks to HyperWebster for doing all of this great work and allowing me to showcase his counts here. There is a lot of detailed info, so definitely feel free to pause to take a closer look. He also added some personal notes on these teams on the bottom, and one thing he said, which I want to highlight, is that the amount of fighting spirit a team can generate can differ in practice, especially for non-Xilonen teams. You may end in Abyss Chamber early with fewer fighting spirit and have to spend extra time generating more stacks for your next rotation, or you may extend your original rotation, allowing for more fighting spirit on your next rotation. Thus, in practice, teams may perform better or worse than on paper. Next, off-field support Malwika teams. Malwika still likes having other Nala characters like Sitlali and Xilonen since her burst is still important as a support. However, the main point of contention is using Malwika or Shangling as your off-field pyro applicator. Malwika applies AoE pyro off-field every 2 seconds. This is not as much pyro as what Shangling can provide with Pyronado. However, this doesn't make Malwika bad as a support. In many teams that need off-field pyro application, you don't actually need that much, and thus Malwika's pyro application is perfectly fine. So in these teams, Malwika is a Shangling alternative or upgrade because she deals similar or more damage, especially if you can react reverse, has a buff to the active character with her A4 passive, can provide even more buffs with 4-piece scroll if she uses it, and can play with shorter rotation times compared to the forced 20-second rotation of Pyronado. On top of that, Malwika brings huge quality of life because her off-field pyro just comes from the top of her skill, so you don't have to worry about batterying a 300 ER Shangling. A lot of good DPSs are looking to get sizable buffs with the release of Malwika. First, Kanich teams are getting buffed, as along with the release of Pyro Traveler, Kanich teams are finally getting a holder of 4-piece scroll. Malwika will be better than Pyro Traveler in a burning team since she does more damage and provides more buffs, but both are still good. With burning teams, Malwika can't reactivate 4-piece scroll on second rotation onwards since she can't trigger another reaction, but even with this uptime problem, assuming no multi-wave or boss phasing, scroll is still good. Also, using Malika's long animation burst can steal Bennett uptime from Kanichi, but this isn't really a problem since Malika's burst deals good damage. For non-Emily havers, you can use Farina instead, but Kanichi will lose potential skill cast. Two surprisingly better options is using either Sitlali or Aura. These teams can maintain more burning uptime for more Kanichi skills, and for teams using Sitlali, you can perform a rotation where Malika can melt her burst for a large source of nuke damage. Hyper Webster has also capped various Kanichi teams with Malika along with current Kanichi teams without her, so again, big thanks to him for allowing me to showcase his calcs. Big takeaway here is that Malika is genuinely just a strict upgrade for Kanichi over his very best teams. Chaska teams are also looking to get buffed with Malika. If we build off of Chaska's current best C0 team, Malika will be an upgrade over Overrun as a scroll user as she brings more personal damage and allows Malika to focus purely on baits. We generally won't be replacing Bennett with Malika, so not all of Chaska's teammates will be different elements, resulting in her charged attacks receiving less damage bonus and losing a bullet from her A1 passive. Despite this, it's still an upgraded damage. For a similar reason, using Sitlali over Farina makes the team even better, allowing Chaska to focus on melts and allowing Malika to melt her burst as well. Here are some extensive Chaska team counts with builds, rotations, and assumptions made by Sensi, another theory crafter who has done a lot of good work on Chaska ever since her beta. So huge thanks to him for allowing me to showcase his calcs. Included are C0 Chaska calcs, C0 calcs with an optimized 5 charge attack Chaska rotation, and calcs with C1 Chaska. Feel free to plus to take a closer look. Big takeaway here is that again, Malika looks to be a strict upgrade from current Chaska teams. Next, Molani teams are getting a buff with one caveat. In teams where Molani is paired with another Hydro support that applies a lot of Hydro, like Farina, Yalan, or C6 Candace, Malika's Pyro application is not enough for Molani and you'll have to use Shangling. However, these are not the only Molani teams out there, and in those teams, Malika buffs Molani with more team damage and with better quality of life Pyro application. Also, Molani's front-loaded nature appreciates Malika's front-loaded A4 buff, and Malika having another source of nuke damage is a plus as well. As I go over the best Molani Malika teams, I will showcase calcs done by theory crafter Vonfi, who has done extensive and detailed calcs on Molani since her beta, so big thanks to him for allowing me to showcase his calcs. Double Hydro Molani teams are still possible with a Hydro teammate like C5 and below Candace that doesn't apply that much Hydro to ensure that Malika's Pyro application is reserved for Molani vapes. Similarly, Mona also works as a solid Molani buffer because she doesn't apply that much Hydro, allowing Malika to still function for Molani. Moving away from double Hydro, you can use an animal support like Sucrose instead. Although her buffs don't last long enough to buff all of Molani's attacks, some of them do still get buffed, and buffs are buffs nevertheless. For both a safe and solid option for damage, you can run Zhongli for a double Geo support comp. Zhongli's res shield from the shield is helpful, he can hold 4-piece Petra, and most importantly, the shield will make playing Molani very comfortable. Lastly, for a theoretical high damage Molani team on paper, you can consider using Sitlali. Now, this team is quite complex because it requires Sitlali to not be completely leveled and ignores activating her off-field cryo application. This is to ensure that Malika melts her burst and that there isn't any cryo left to mess up Molani vaping from Malika's pyro application, allowing Sitlali to buff both Molani's and Malika's damage. Because this team is a bit unintuitive and precise, I wouldn't recommend this team for general play, but for those looking to really optimize, consider trying it out. Not-Lon DPSs aren't the only ones getting buffed by Malika. Nalvia double pyro with Shunonin will be better with Malika over Shangling, as Malika provides an additional buff from her A4 and more personal damage. In fact, it's likely better to play this team as a dual carry comp instead, focusing on feeding Malika and swapping every so often for Navia skill nukes. Moran also works well with Malika in Chevro's Overload teams. With Malika's presence, Warlord's kit works without electric charge and can be the 4-piece scroll user, allowing Malika to run Codex for her personal damage. And Moran herself can help generate Fighting Spirit for Malika because she deals normal tank damage. Wriothesley is also looking to benefit from Malika. You can't play Wriothesley with Malika in Big Melt, but she works in normal melt teams with Shunonin or Sitlali, or burn melt teams with Emily. Ganyu, however, is a bit different. Because her aim shots can be shot faster than 2 seconds, you kinda need burn melt for Malika to work. But the biggest problem is that if you run Malika, you're likely not running a shield without losing an important buffer. You can still make it work though. If you play mono pyro teams with DPSs like Arlecchino and Lenny, Malvika should be a slight upgrade over Xiangling with her extra A4 buff and personal damage. There are plenty of other DPSs I haven't mentioned that can make Malvika work as a support in their teams. Units like Nebulet and Hu Tao can just insert Malvika into their team and they should function fine. Malvika may not necessarily be the best option for these units, but she will work nevertheless. However, the two characters that I want to highlight where you shouldn't play Malvika over someone like Xiangling are Child and Raiden. Child really wants Xiangling so that his Hydro application can drive Pyronade of it, and Raiden's kit is anti-synergistic with Malvika's. Malvika doesn't use energy, so Raiden's energy refund from her burst doesn't work for her, and because Malvika's burst doesn't have an energy cost, she gives no resolve stacks for Raiden. To conclude this Malvika guide, I wanted to share my analysis on her place in the meta in terms of overall strength and pull value. As the Pyro Archon, it is fitting that Malvika is looking like a really strong character, being both a top meta Pyro main DPS and a top meta Pyro option support. The main playstyle that I think most people will focus on is Malvika as a main DPS, since that's where you'll get all the big numbers. With Malvika's best main DPS team alongside Sitlali, Shilonen, and Bennett, on paper, this is the highest damaging team in the game. The best teams from current top DPSs like Nebulet and Arlecchino are under Malvika's top team, assuming equal investment. And even if you don't have both Sitlali and Shilonen, as long as you have one of them, you can make a very strong Malvika team that is among the best teams in the game. Now, of course, damage numbers aren't everything. Malvika is more reliant on specific teammates as she depends on activating her burst and triggering reactions like Vape and Melt to reach her high damage numbers. In contrast, both Nebulet and Arlecchino aren't burst reliant and don't necessarily need to be played in reaction-based teams, allowing their rotations to be more flexible in multi-wave scenarios. And while both Nebulet and Arlecchino are also reliant on specific teammates, as Nebulet without Farina and Arlecchino without Bennett will deal significantly less damage, they aren't as reliant on them and will perform better on their own. And of course, in the case of Nebulet, the main reason he's currently considered the best DPS is that he's easy to play, has self-healing, and his attacks have large AoE. But Malvika does have her share of quality of life. Her burst gives her on-fielding 100% resistance to interruption for 7 seconds. Her motorcycle charge attacks have a large AoE, and unlike Arlecchino, she can get healed by 2 healers in her best teams. On top of that, Malvika is arguably the easiest DPS to play out of all 3, as after you set up your supports and swap to Malvika to burst in on-field, all you have to do is hold down the attack button once to perform her motorcycle charge attacks. So with her quality of life and her high damage numbers in her best teams, I can easily see the argument for Malvika being the new best DPS in the game. But regardless on how you view the top DPS comparisons, it is undeniable based on the numbers that Malvika will be joining Nebulet and Arlecchino as one of the best carries in the game. Since Malvika is another Pyro on-fielder, the best comparison for this role is with Arlecchino. Both are very strong carries in all types of Pyro teams such as Vape, Melt, Monopyro, and Shepherd's Overload. The main distinctions between the two at equal investment is that Malvika will generally perform better in reaction-based teams like Vape and Melt, while Arlecchino will perform better in non-reaction teams like Shepherd's Overload and Monopyro. Malvika is more burst and team reliant, while Arlecchino works better in multi-wave and solo scenarios. However, the damage difference between the two carries isn't that massive. Arlecchino is still very strong in Vape and Melt, and Malvika is still very strong in Shepherd's Overload and Monopyro. However, Malvika has much better quality of life in combat with resistance to interruption, large AoE charge attacks, and the ability to actually get healed in combat. Thus, at equal investment, I do think Malvika is the overall better DPS. However, when you start considering factors like not having Sitlali or Shilonen, or having Arlecchino's signature in constellations while not getting Malvika's, then Arlecchino will be better. Ultimately, if you already have a pretty invested Arlecchino and are just interested in Malvika's main DPS potential, Malvika isn't that valuable of a pull. Arlecchino can do the job just fine. However, Malvika's kit isn't designed for her to just be another Pyro main DPS. She's also an extremely strong off-field support as well, and I do think people are underestimating Malvika's strength as a support just due to the fact that her off-field AoE Pyro application is lower than Xiangling's. And although this is true, the reality is that aside from teams like Vape Melt, some Red Melt setups, and Double Hydro Vape, most teams don't need Xiangling's Pyro application to function. Malvika's AoE Pyro application is perfectly fine for a lot of teams, and in these teams, Malvika serves as a Xiangling alternative or just a strict upgrade. Malvika provides more team buffs from her A4 passive, and 4P scroll, if you use it on her, can provide as much or even more personal damage with the burst, especially if you react it, and her off-field Pyro application isn't locked behind a 20-second cooldown like Xiangling's, allowing you to play shorter rotations. And most importantly, Malvika's off-field Pyro application provides much better quality of life for teams as it just comes from her press skill, so you don't have to worry about having enough energy on Xiangling for her burst. So many teams are looking to get buffed by Malvika's supportive capabilities, including Kunichi, Chaska, Tolani, Navia, Florin, and Ryzen, and there are many more that will work in Malvika. All of these strengths do come with a cost. In Malvika's best teams, she needs needs to be paired with another Nalon character to generate enough fighting spirit for her burst. Sitlali and Shilonen specifically are her best teammates, and ideally you have at least one of them to pair with Malika. Shilonen especially for more general teams, while Sitlali is specifically for melt. If you don't have either, your team building options are much more limited, and you will notice a difference in her performance. And while this is a hefty downside in terms of her flexibility, I think it's a worthy price to pay to access Malika's power. Malika is an Archon that needs to be played around, similar to how you need to have a healer to maximize Marina's anchor buff, but to a larger extent. And if you're able to meet these team building restrictions, you will be greatly rewarded. If I were to compare the Archons between each other and rank them based on strength and pull value, to me, Marina is still the best Archon. She does damage, provides a large buff, her healer restriction is easily met, and being Hydro just makes her a very general support. Malika, however, easily makes the tier below her alongside Nahida and Zhongli to me. Now, these three placements are easily interchangeable depending on how much you value a particular Archon strength. You might really value Nahida's power in Dendro teams like Hyperbloom that are strong, or you may really value the comfort that Zhongli provides to any team with his shield. You can rank all three of these Archons second, third, and fourth and make a solid case for any rank. But because Malika's best teams deal top tier damage, she has a ton of quality of life as an on-fielder like large AoE attacks and resistance to interruption, on top of being a strong offensive support, buffing many teams and getting a quality of life upgrade over Xiangling. For these reasons, I do think Malika is arguably the second best Archon in the game. In many ways, Malika is the modern version of Raiden. Both are Archons with main DPS forms that a team builds around, and both have off-field support capabilities. What makes Malika modern is that she just has higher numbers in terms of damage and buffs, and her off-field power application is much more useful than Raiden's off-field electro application. And to me, this is where Malika's pull value lies. You're not just getting another Pyro main DPS with higher numbers. You're pulling for a very strong Pyro main DPS that can also be played as a really strong support, which to me increases her value a lot. Malika is a very strong main DPS in support with an extremely high damage ceiling if you have the right pieces to build around her. But even if you don't have her best teammates like Sitlali or Shilonen, whether because you skipped them or because you are a newer player, you can still make Malika work. For main DPS Malika, there are 4-star Nalon support options like Aurora and Gachina. There are also teams with no Nalon supports and uses burst every other rotation. And because Malika just has higher numbers at base since she's a newer character, even the more suboptimal teams should be enough for Abyss. And for support Malika, you can just use her skill in any team regardless and benefit from its quality of life over Xiangling's burst. I wouldn't call Malika a must pull as she does have her flaws like team building restrictions, and I don't think anyone needs to pull for any specific character, but with Malika's high damage capabilities as a main DPS and ability to buff many other carries as an off-field support, I think Malika will be a great pull for many accounts, whether new or veteran ones. And that's everything I wanted to cover about Malika. Because Malika is such an important and impactful character as the Pyro Archon, I wanted to make this guide the most comprehensive and detailed guide on the channel yet, and I couldn't have done it without the theory crafters behind the math I showcased in this video. So again, big thanks to HyperWebster, Sensi, and VaultB for granting me permission to showcase their calcs. All of them do great TC work. I hope this guide and analysis was helpful to you all in getting better understanding of everything related to Malika. Just clicking and watching the video helps the channel out immensely, and if you want to show even more support, consider liking or sharing the video, or feel free to click the subscribe button for more pre-release analysis videos in the future. Leave any questions in the comments, and for all of you planning on wishing, I wish you all the best of luck on your Malika pulls. Hello everyone! Alongside the Pyro Archon, Sitlali from the Masters of the Night one will also be releasing in Genshin Patch 5.3. As the newest addition to Cryo, an element that hasn't gotten too much love from Hoyoverse for a long time, Sitlali has some big shoes to fill in order to bring Cryo back to the spotlight. And fortunately, she's looking like a very strong support, making her perhaps the strongest Cryo character we've seen so far. So I wanted to sum up all the updated information you need to know about Sitlali into one final guide. I will be explaining how Sitlali works, the best ways to build her potential best teams, and analyzing her place in the meta in terms of overall strength and pull value. Pretty much everything you need to know with simple and practical explanations, while also giving more detailed analysis that is backed by DC, as I will be showcasing calcs from theory crafters that demonstrate Sitlali's strength. Sitlali is a 5-star Cryo Catalyst user that ascends with Elemental Mastery. Notably, Sitlali is going to have the second lowest base attack in the game with 127. Sitlali's kit is designed to be an off-field Cryo support that applies AoE Cryo onto enemies, grants a small shield, and deals a little bit of damage, and all of these benefits scale off Elemental Mastery. In addition, Sitlali also provides Res Shred for Hydro and Power units that play around the freeze or melt reactions, bringing a much needed buff for freeze and melt oriented teams. The majority of Sitlali's kit revolves around her elemental skill. It has a 16-second cooldown, and after using it, Sitlali deals AoE cryo damage, generates 5 cryo particles, and creates a cryo shield that scales off her elemental mastery. This shield has a 20-second duration, but the shield's HP isn't very high. Based on a shield HP comparison done by HyperWebster, Sitlali's shield is one of the weaker ones in the game. At talent level 9 with about 650 EM from double EM main stats and substats, her shield only has about 9,000 HP, which is weaker than a full HP Diona shield. And Diona's shield isn't considered very strong. Sitlali's shield only really gets decent at higher investment in maximizing EM, so don't expect Sitlali's shield to allow you to face tank a multitude of attacks like Gongli's can. It will just provide some safety and resistance to interruption from a few hits. The shield isn't the main part of the skill, however. Using Sitlali's skill also summons its Papa, her angry little pillow, for 20 seconds and makes Sitlali enter Nexo's Blessing with 24 Nexo points. Once Sitlali has at least 50 Nexo points, its Papa creates a Frostfall Storm, which is a large field that follows the active character and deals cryo damage to all enemies within the field. This does damage every second and has an elemental ICD at every other hit. This is Sitlali's source of off-field AoE cryo application. The field consumes 8 Nexo points every second and will disappear once Sitlali runs out of Nexo points. Using Sitlali's skill generates 24 Nexo points, but it requires 50 to activate her off-field cryo application. So how does Sitlali get more Nexo points? Well, her Elemental Burst is another source of Nexo points. Sitlali's Burst has a 15-second cooldown and deals 1 hit of AoE cryo damage while granting 24 Nexo points for Sitlali. In addition, up to 3 additional skulls can spawn near up to 3 enemies, dealing additional damage and giving Sitlali another 3 Nexo points for each skull. So in single target, Sitlali's Burst gives 27 Nexo points. With skill and Burst alone, Sitlali can activate her off-field AoE cryo application from her skill. However, Sitlali's passive talents also generate Nexo points to extend the duration of her off-field cryo app. With Sitlali's A1, while its Papa is on the field, whenever the party triggers either freeze or melt on an enemy, that enemy's pyro and hydro resistance gets decreased by 20% for 12 seconds. Activating this passive also gives 16 Nexo points, which can happen every 8 seconds. Thus, as long as you consistently trigger the passive, Sitlali's A1 gives her 32 Nexo points every rotation. This passive is the reason Sitlali will be played around freeze or melt reactions, as not only are the Nexo points important to maintain her off-field cryo app, but the Pyro and Hydro Red Shred she provides is a great buff for Pyro and Hydro damage dealers. With Sitlali's A4 passive, every time Nexo Burst is triggered, Sitlali gains 4 Nexo points. Sitlali's A4 also increases the damage of her off-field cryo damage hits and Elemental Burst initial hit by 90% and 1200% of Sitlali's Elemental Mastery respectively. The EM scaling on Sitlali's Elemental Burst is more significant, allowing her to deal a decent nuke of damage if you trigger a reaction like Melt with it to multiply its scaling. And thus, if we add up all of the available Nexo points she can gain within the rotation, we get a total of 91 Nexo points. And since its Papa's Frostfall Storm consumes 8 Nexo points per second, the duration of Sitlali's off-field AoE cryo application will be about 11 seconds. Remember that the cryo field attacks enemies every second and every other hit applies cryo. Thus, every rotation should have 11 instances of damage with 6 instances of cryo application. Lastly, Sitlali's exploration passives are very similar to Aurora's. She can perform a super jump, glide around, and target Night Spirit graffiti and sigils by aiming at them. In addition, triggering Nexo Burst with Sitlali in the party restores 20 Phlogiston in the overworld. That's everything on Sitlali's base kit. In terms of talent leveling priority, I would suggest prioritizing her skill first to make the shield a bit stronger, then Burst if you want to optimize its damage. Ultimately, however, Sitlali's shield will be somewhat weak regardless of level, and the majority of the burst damage comes from the EM multiplier that comes from her A4. Thus, leveling her talents in general isn't too important, as even if they aren't that highly leveled, Sitlali still enables reactions and provides her buffs to a team. The details of activating Sitlali's cryo application is somewhat complicated, but her actual gameplay is very simple. In most general rotations, you'll use your other support skills first, then swap to Sitlali to use her skill, set her burst, then swap to your main DPS. Some rotations may add an additional normal attack after Sitlali's burst. Depending on the timing of Sitlali's cryo app and your ping, this may help set up certain reactions for some teams. Generally, however, However, I don't think you need to worry about this unless you find that it helps you in your own gameplay. The most important thing about playing Sitlali is just playing her in a team that triggers fruits or notes. Now, let's cover Sitlali's constellations. The TLDR of Sitlali C1 is that after using her skill, it gives the active character increased damage to any of their attacks, scaling off of Sitlali's elemental mastery. This additional damage works the same way as Shenna's quills. Assuming your team triggers freeze and melt, C1 buffs up to 16 hits. Some nice additional damage, but nothing too crazy. C1 also decreases Sitlali's phlogistic consumption when she lands in the air and makes an air. C2 allows Sitlali to shield other teammates as well, useful for multiplayer. In addition, it gives Sitlali herself 125 elemental mastery, as well as any character who is shielded by Sitlali's shield or has its papa following them 250 EM. On top of that, she gives an additional 20% pyro and hydro res shred against enemies that were frozen or melted, a very strong constellation that gives Sitlali even more buffs to her elemental skill. C3 increases her skill town level by 3. C4 gives Sitlali an additional EM scaling nuke damage that restores 16 Nexo points and 8 energy for Sitlali, which can occur every 8 seconds when enemies are hit by her skill's off-field cryo damage. Dice for her personal damage increases Sitlali's off-field cryo application from 11 seconds to 15 seconds and heavily eases her ER requirements. C5 increases her burst time level by 3, and lastly, C6 allows Sitlali's skill to immediately activate her off-field cryo app when used, and it will continue existing even when she doesn't have any remaining Nexo points. In addition, when Sitlali's skill is used, it will consume all her Nexo points instead, and will continually consume Nexo points. Draining these Nexo points gives stacks, and these stacks can give the team up to 60% pyro and hydro damage bonus, as well as up to 100% damage bonus for Sitlali herself. Overall, in terms of buffing Sitlali's supportive capabilities, her C2 will be the best constellation to go for if you're looking for some vertical investment. The additional res shred to pyro and hydro is great, and 250 EM to your team is an amazing buff for melt teams. But otherwise, Sitlali's constellations aren't too crazy, and she looks like a very solid unit just at C0. Next, here are the best builds for Sitlali. Her signature weapon will be her best general choice. It gives a total of 365 EM for Sitlali and gives the team 28% damage bonus for 15 seconds after she creates a shield with her elemental skill. With the amount of EM it gives, this weapon will be the best for maximizing Sitlali's personal damage and shield HP, along with providing a nice team buff. Nahida's signature is also another solid 5-star weapon choice for Sitlali, specifically for teams who can take advantage of its EM buff. However, both of Sitlali's 5-star options aren't that much ahead of her other weapon choices. Even her best 3-star free-to-play option, TTDS, 48% attack to your main DPS is a lot, and even though in most rotations the attack buff is only active every other rotation, it's still not that much behind the buff from Sitlali's signature. The downside to TTDS is that without an EM substat, Sitlali's personal damage and shield HP take a hit. However, Sitlali's buffs are more important to a team. Because this 3-star weapon is readily available for everyone and doesn't even need to be leveled, I highly recommend using this weapon if you are willing to play around a proper rotation that plays around its passive. Other solid weapons include Wandering Evenstar. At R5, its buff is comparable to TTDS on top of having an EM substat and not requiring a specific rotation to utilize its attack buff. The Subaru Craftable, Fruit of Fulfillment, and Favonius Codex are decent options that help meet Sitlali's ER requirements. However, if you're struggling with Sitlali's energy, I recommend using Sacrificial Fragments instead. Along with an EM substat, being able to use Sitlali's skill twice will generate double the energy and Nexo points. This can be valuable in speedruns to skip her burst animation. You won't need to use the burst for the extra Nexo points to activate her cryo app. Here is a complete weapon comparison made by HyperWebster for Sitlali and Imawika Melt Team. As you can see, the difference between the 5-star weapons and the other options aren't that large in terms of team damage, so you won't be losing very much if you decide not to pull on the weapon banning. In terms of artifacts, Sitlali is an off-field not-one support, so 4-piece scroll is her obvious best set. The 2-piece helps with her energy, and the 4-piece team damage bonus after clearing the reaction is just so strong. If you have another scroll user on the team, you could use 4-piece Tenacity of the Behemoth or 4-piece Instructor. However, because Sitlali has relatively high ER requirements, I highly suggest keeping Sitlali on 4-piece scroll and switching your other scroll folder to another set. For instance, if you have both Sitlali and Shilonen on a team, use Scroll on Sitlali and use a set like Arcade Petra on Shilonen. For artifact stats, EM or ER Hourglass depending on your enemy needs, Fire Damage or EM Goblet, and EM or Great Circlet. EM Hourglass, Cryo Damage Goblet, and EM Circlet is your general best main stack combo for both a decent shield and personal damage. But if you need the ER, you should generally run ER Hourglass, EM Goblet, and EM Circlet. The differences aren't too drastic though. For substats, prioritize ER until you have enough, then EM. After that, Crit is the only useful subset to optimize Sitlali's personal damage, so you can then look for crit rate, then crit damage, but it's generally not that important. ER and EM subsets should be your main focus. For energy requirements, if Sitlali isn't on 4P scroll, then
Sounded like
she'll
an
need
animal
about
call.
220 ER. If she is on
Or
4P scroll,
maybe
then
I'm
this
just
gets
hearing
lower to
things.
about 180 to 190 ER. However, if she's also being played with Shilonen on the team, who provides extra Nexo burst and thus extra energy from the 2 pieces scroll, Sitlali will need about 160 ER. Finally, let's go over Sitlali's best team comps. Because of Sitlali's A1 passive, Sitlali will be used as a support for her off-field cryo application in teams that can trigger freeze or melt to buff Pyro and Hydro DPSs with her Pyro and Hydro Res Shred and 4P scroll. And while these benefits are somewhat specific, Sitlali is quite a strong buffer in this niche. As a support for Pyro and Hydro DPSs, Sitlali is comparable to Zhongli, as both are shielders that give the same amount of Res Shred. The main difference is that Zhongli's shield is much stronger for gameplay comfort, but while Sitlali's shield is weaker, she provides more buffs with 4P scroll, can potentially bring more personal damage by melting her burst, and provides off-field cryo application which can help drive a team's reactions. And while Shilonen is technically a better buffer than both since she provides even more Res Shred, Sitlali sort of serves as a middle ground between the two in terms of buffing and defensive utility for Pyro and Hydro DPSs. First, freeze teams can use Sitlali well. Generally, double Hydro freeze teams will benefit more because Sitlali provides Hydro Res Shred but not Cryo Res Shred. So for example, using Sitlali over Zhongli in a Nibulette team gives you a weaker shield in exchange for more damage on Nibulette and Farina. However, even though Sitlali doesn't provide Cryo Res Shred, she can still be played in a typical freeze team with a Cryo DPS like Ayaka, Ganyu, and Risley, just because she can provide the full 4P scroll damage buff to the Cryo carry. Sitlali can also fit into existing Vape teams, turning them into Vape Melt teams. For example, she's a good option for the old school Blue-Tide double Hydro team over Zhongli, providing more buffs for everyone at the cost of a smaller shield. Similarly, the standard Arlecchino Vape team that typically uses Zhongli can use Sitlali instead to buff Arlecchino and the off-field Hydro while also allowing Sitlali to melt her burst. In addition, Chaska teams get buffed by Sitlali as well. Since Chaska can deal both Hydro and Pyro damage herself depending on the team, she can take full advantage of Sitlali's Res Shred as well as benefit from 4P scroll. Removing the Hydro slot and slotting in Malika also result in a very strong team just focused on melts. Although not all of Chaska's teammates will be different elements in this team, so her charge attacks will receive less damage bonus and she'll potentially lose an elemental bullet from her A1 passive, it's still a buff in team damage. Here are some extensive C0 and C1 Chaska team calls with builds, rotations, and assumptions made by Theory Crafter Sensei, who has done a lot of good TC work on Chaska ever since her beta. Big takeaway here is that Sitlali looks to be a strict upgrade for current Chaska teams. Lastly, Sitlali's best teams where she's looking to shine the most are where she enables forward melt for pyro carries like Mawika and Arlecchino. Sitlali's cryo application alone is not enough to allow a pyro DPS to consistently melt all their attacks. For example, in Mawika's case, Sitlali is only able to allow Mawika to melt her burst hit and 2 charge attacks consistently. But despite this, Sitlali is still a very strong melt enabler due to the damage buffs and res shred she provides. The best melt teams are looking to also run Shilonen and Bennett since they are also very strong buffers. However, you can also use an animal support like Sucrose or a second off-field cryo sub DPS like Rosaria or Kaya instead of either Shilonen or Bennett. Sucrose is generally better than Kazuha because of the value of EM and melt, though Kazuha can still be used. Running double cryo allows you to potentially melt more attacks, but you do lose out on buffs and have to deal with other issues such as Rosaria's circle or Kaya's low range. These melt teams can also set up Sitlali's burst to be melted as well, bringing in some extra damage. Here are some in-depth team DPS counts done by HyperWebster for various Mawika melt teams with Sitlali. If you're interested in the specific builds, rotations, and assumptions used, feel free to pause the video. Overall, Sitlali is a great support for all types of melt teams. Sitlali especially synergizes well with Mawika because her Night Soul point consumption allows for enough fighting spirit for Mawika to use her empowered burst. Sitlali is also able to consistently melt Mawika's burst hit, which makes up a large portion of her damage. This duo makes a surprisingly strong team for that can fit into a lot of teams that you may not expect. For example, while the best in each team are typically focused on burning, Sitlali and Mawika can actually fit into the team, allowing for Mawika to melt her burst while maintaining burning uptime afterwards, a potentially great option for non-Emily havers. Next, Malani can theoretically use the Sitlali and Mawika duo. However, this team is unintuitive because it requires Sitlali to not be completely leveled and ignores activating her off-field cryo application. This is to ensure that Mawika melts her burst and that there isn't any cryo left to mess up Malani vaping from Mawika's pyro application, allowing Sitlali to buff both Malani's and Mawika's damage with a res shred. So while in theory this is one of Malani's best teams on paper, I wouldn't recommend this team for general play, but for those looking to hyper optimize optimized. Lastly, Wriothesley or Ayaka melt teams can technically get buffed by slotting in both Sitlali and Mawika. Even though Sitlali doesn't provide cryo restrict to Wriothesley or Ayaka, she buffs Mawika's damage so much that these
Sounded like
teams
an
turn
animal
into
call.
Mawika teams, where Wriothesley and Ayaka
Or
help drive melts
maybe
for
I'm just hearing
Mawika. To
things.
conclude this Sitlali guide, I wanted to share my analysis on her place in the meta in terms of overall strength and pull value. Sitlali isn't a support that you can put into any team and she'll be good. Her teams require triggering freeze or melts, and she specifically provides red shred to only pyro and hydro damage. But even though Sitlali is more niche as a support, she is very strong in this niche. If we lay out everything Sitlali can provide, we can see that she gives a shield, pyro and hydro red shred, 40% damage bonus from 4-piece scroll, easy to access off-field cryo application, and potentially a small burst nuke for extra damage if you are able to melt it. Now yes, her shield is relatively weak when compared to most of the shielders in the game, as even Diana's shield is stronger than Sitlali's, but even a small shield can be helpful for taking some hits and providing some resistance to interruption. Ultimately, however, Sitlali's shield is just a small portion of what she can provide to a team. Her multitude of additional buffs on top of her shield, off-field cryo application, and potential personal damage is the main reason Sitlali is such a strong support for the teams that can use her. In a way, Sitlali serves as the middle ground between Shinonen's damage buffs and Zhongli's defensive utility, allowing for a bit of both worlds. Sitlali can be good in freeze teams even when the carry is cryo due to 4-piece scroll, and she's a good option for big melt, acting as an alternative to Zhongli. But her
Whenever I
main
get to
value
take a
comes
break,
from
I
enabling
always
forward
want a
melt
snack.
teams for pyro main
I got
DPSs.
some
Forward melt
candy,
teams has always
fruit,
existed in the
and
game,
you want
especially
some?
in speedruns, but for general use, most melt teams relied on Rosaria and Orkaya. And while the team is alright, it was ultimately limited by the cryo options. With Sitlali's release, forward melt looks like a very strong team now due to the buff she brings to the team archetype, making it way more meta relevant. This is especially true for the Sitlali Mawika pairing, who can potentially be played in a multitude of teams, bringing in a large amount of damage through Mawika's melted burst. Considering Kobeverse is putting both Sitlali and Mawika's banner at the same time, I'm sure they are aware of this synergy. Ultimately, however, Sitlali's pull value depends heavily on whether you want a powerful forward melt team enabler for your account, along with having a decent support option for big melt and freeze teams. Even though she's a cryo unit, Sitlali's kit doesn't directly benefit most existing cryo units other than being a 4-piece scroll holder. However, I do think Sitlali's release does buff the cryo element as a whole by addressing its biggest issue. If we look at the current cryo character roster, we can see that the biggest problem with cryo is that most of the character options aren't very good in the meta. A good portion of cryo characters are healers or shielders, and while they do have their place, they ultimately fall short in terms of team damage. Most of the limited 5-star cryo DPSs are unfortunately outdated in terms of their numbers, especially when you compare them to newer release carries. And in terms of off-field cryo supports, while they are okay, they are also limited and outdated, as more recent general supports provide way more buffs or personal damage, and you would likely rather use them over the cryo options. Sitlali is the first cryo support that actually provides meaningful buffs and utility to a team, allowing her to make forward
Sounded
melt
like
a
an animal
cryo-related team very strong in the meta. Her buffs, like her red
maybe
shred,
I'm
are
just
not
hearing
only
things.
comparable to other supports in the game, but her buffs are also unique and special to her, like being able to hold 4-piece scroll and providing off-field cryo application as well. Thus, I don't think it's a stretch to say that Sitlali is going to be the best cryo unit in the game with her supportive capabilities, and this might be one of the best kind of buffs that the cryo element can get, getting more newly released characters that are actually strong, incentivizing us to play cryo characters in cryo-related teams. Sitlali is by no means a must pull, as you may not be able to take advantage of the niche she strengthens with her character roster, but if you have characters like Mawika that can take advantage of Sitlali enabling forward melt teams, or you want a good option for existing big melt and freeze teams, Sitlali can be a valuable pull for you, and I wouldn't be surprised if this forward melt team archetype continues to get expanded in the future. And that's everything I wanted to cover about Sitlali. Big thanks to HyperWebster, Sensi, and Vompy for doing all the theory crafting and math behind the calcs presented in this video and granting me permission to showcase them. They all do great TC work. I hope this guide and analysis was helpful to you all in giving you a better understanding of everything related to Sitlali. Just clicking and watching the video helps the channel immensely, and if you want to show even more support, consider liking or sharing the video, or feel free to click the subscribe button for more pre-release analysis videos in the future. Leave any questions in the comments, and for all of you planning on wishing, I wish you all the best of luck on your Sitlali pulls.
Cool.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack. I got some candy, fruit, and jerky. You want some?
Jules from Liyue, come take a look. Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Hey, get cool.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Anything the Knights can do for you?
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Huh? Hey, get cool.
Be safe. May the animal Archon protect you.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look. Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Did you hear that? Sounded like an animal call. Or maybe I'm just hearing things. Huh?
Be safe. May the animal Archon protect you.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Hey, get cool.
I believe this is your floor.
Oh, thank you.
Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack. I got some candy, fruit, and jerky. You want some?
Anything the Knights can do for you?
Hey, get cool.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
If I take it back, Allie, I stop buying alcohol.
Not even one spicy dish.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Did you hear that? Sounded like an animal call. Or maybe I'm just hearing things.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Shouldn't get caught buying alcohol. Huh?
Hey,
Get your
Look, they're from the can. Maybe
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
and welcome. You know what? I'm afraid I don't. What? I don't. Straight forward. I don't know about that. Look kind of happy, right?
Shouldn't get caught. Anything the Knights can do for you?
Yeah. Here. Well, no, not that. No, I look. That's a lot. Or what? Here.
Jules
Try
from
to pronounce it.
Liyue, come take a look.
Here. Done. Be careful.
Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack. I got some candy, fruit, and jerky. You want some?
I'm hungry.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Here, amazing. You are standing in front of one of nature's most awesome spectacles, but you're thinking about food. I mean, aren't you impressed? Well, I'm gonna try mine. Oh, could I have some orange juice? Freshly squeezed.
Most things in life aren't one and done. Soon as you're rested up, let's make a move. Huh? Hey, get cool. Be safe. Maybe animal archon protect you. I shouldn't get caught by
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Not even one spicy dish.
Huh? I shouldn't get caught by alcohol. Hey, get cool.
Jules from Liyue,
It's lawless. Son of Jorah, we were beginning to think you were a coward. Not a coward, Tom.
Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack. I got some candy, fruit, and jerky. You want some?
come take a look.
Then die as you deserve to. It's gonna be good.
Huh?
Take him.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Hey, cool.
Be safe.
Jules from Liyue,
Most things in life aren't one and done. As soon as you're rested up, let's make a move.
Not even one spicy dish.
The big one's just as strong as Superman.
Take it back, Allie. I shouldn't get caught buying alcohol.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Be safe. May the animal Archon protect you. Huh? Cuckoo.
Not even one spicy dish.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Did you hear that? Sounded like an animal call. Or maybe I'm just hearing things.
Come take a look.
Crystal there activates the mechanism. Next is the Mirror of Australia. Activate permission.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Spicy dish.
Permission.
If I take a back alley, I shouldn't get caught buying alcohol.
Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Not even one spicy dish.
Be safe. May the animal Archon protect you.
Jules from Liyue, come take a look.
Not even one spicy dish.
Huh?